But he tells us that both sides are debating an organizing resolution to set up rules for the impeachment trial. The lead impeachment manager from the House side, Adam Schiff, saying the American people want a fair trial. He's been urging senators to reject the proposal from Republican leaders, insisting there must be guaranteed testimony and documents subpoenaed. The White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, in his opening statements, said once you hear the initial presentations, the only conclusion will be that the president did absolutely nothing wrong. There has been one last-minute change in the proposed rules. Each side would get up to 3 days. 3 days instead of 2 for their opening arguments. A new form of pneumonia that has sickened hundreds of people in Asia arrives in the U.S.
Today I'm joined by representatives from the state of Washington to announce that we have now confirmed the first case of novel coronavirus in the United States.
The CDC's Dr. Nancy Messonnier says the case was confirmed by a newly developed test, also confirming the CDC has opened an emergency operations center. She says more U.S. cases are expected. Airport screenings of passengers from central China are now being expanded to include Atlanta and Chicago's O'Hare, in addition to L.A., San Francisco, and JFK in New York. A sell-off on Wall Street blamed mainly on a slide in Boeing shares after Boeing said it expects further delay in winning FAA approval of a software fix for its grounded 737 MAX jets. The Dow is down 139 points. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
The deaths of 3 small children under investigation in Arizona, and their mother is now under arrest.
Police in Phoenix say a 22-year-old woman is being booked on 3 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of her children, a 3-year-old boy, 2 girls ages 2 and 7 months, who were found dead inside the family home Tuesday.
This is probably one of the most difficult calls that our officers and fire personnel respond to see children who are the most innocent that have obviously lost their lives.
Phoenix Police Sergeant Mercedes Fortune, still no IDs. The medical examiner's office is investigating the cause of death. The children's father and another relative are also being questioned. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
There would be more fallout over baseball's sign-stealing controversy if city officials in Los Angeles get their way.
2 LA City Council members are asking that Major League Baseball strip the Astros and Red Sox of their World Series titles and award the 2017 and 2018 championship titles to the Dodgers. Councilman Paul Corrett said using cameras to steal pitching signs almost guaranteed the Astros victories.
As a Dodger fan since age 3, I am outraged. But as a lifelong baseball fan, I feel the national pastime itself is mortally wounded.
MLB fined the Astros $5 million and suspended manager A.J. Hinch and GM Jeff Lunhow, but they were then fired by the team. The Boston Red Sox parted ways with Alex Cora, who was previously the Astros bench coach.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Recapping that CDC briefing just held on the first U.S. case of that new coronavirus, the U.S. patient was found in Washington State, travel-related. That patient had recently returned from a trip to Wuhan, China, and then sought medical treatment. Screenings of passengers from Wuhan are being expanded, though, from 3 U.S. airports to 5 airports. And Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
The Cocoa Coffee Company is now available at Circle K. Single origin coffee beans carefully sourced and locally roasted to give you the freshest cup of coffee Guam has to offer. Grab a cup that's brewed every 30 minutes or purchase a bag of the locally roasted whole beans. Flavors now serving: light medium roasted Ethiopia and medium dark roasted Jamaican Blue Mountain. Exclusively available at Circle K. With every Cocoa Coffee Company purchase, a portion of the proceeds will go towards the Cocoa Recovery Program.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Half a day and good morning. It is 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron, and here are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Governor Lulian Guerrero took swift action on a bill that was passed in a special session this weekend, vetoing Bill 259, which was initially aimed at giving Jotnya residents a path to recall their jailed mayor. The bill, however, was completely transformed during the session on Saturday. Bill 259 becoming more of a mayoral succession bill, and the provision that would have called for a recall election was done away with. It ended up giving village municipal planning councils authority to appoint an acting mayor if a mayor is unable to perform his or her duties for 30 days and if there is no vice mayor. The governor, similar to the advice of the Legislative Legal Counsel, stated that the bill encroaches on the executive authority. That authority is to appoint and remove officers and employees of the executive branch. Mayors are generally understood to fall under the executive branch. The governor did suggest that senators reenact an old law that would allow the governor to appoint a mayor. She actually sent down a draft legislation that would address the lack of a mayor in any respective village. Meanwhile, Jotnya Mayor Jesse Bloss remains behind bars, leaving his village still without a mayor. He faces charges of bribery related to alleged drug activity in his village. Because of the current law, he remained in office even though he is incarcerated. An autopsy report on the man and woman who were pulled from one of the lakes at the Guam International Country Club recently stated they both drowned. According to the Guam Police Department, the cause of death was due to asphyxiation by drowning, and the manner of death ruled accidental. It still wasn't clear how the pair ended up in the lake. They had registered as guests of the golf course hours before their bodies were pulled from the water on January 10th, around 10 in the morning. The pair were from Japan. Police, however, did not release their identities. A 57-year-old woman died from injuries that she sustained when she was struck by a car in Manilao on Monday night. Guam Police Department spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau says that the woman was with a 59-year-old man when they were crossing the street from the mobile gas station to the Manilao Plaza when they were struck by a gray sedan. The front windshield of the Lexus sedan was seen with considerable damage from the impact of the pedestrians hitting the car. The driver was interviewed at the scene. Police will now determine if speed, alcohol, and or drugs were factors in the crash. More news after this.
Hi, welcome to this ad for new Subway sliders, starting at $1.99 each. How do you want it?
Cheer squad. Woo! Go Subway sliders starting at $1.99 each. Woo! Give me a ham and jack slider.
Ham and jack slider.
Give me an Italian spice slider.
Italian spice slider.
What's that spell?
It doesn't really spell anything.
New Subway sliders starting at $1.99 each. Go sliders!
Subway, make it what you want.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Former Department of Corrections officer Jerome Timinglo St. Nicholas has pleaded guilty to charges related to his participation in a major prison contraband scheme. St. Nicholas, who has spent the past several days in prison after he failed his third drug test for using meth, admitted to the charge of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. He faces up to 6 months in prison. Sentencing is scheduled for April 2nd. St. Nicholas was released from prison as he awaits sentencing. He will begin drug treatment. The former corrections guard was among a dozen others charged in connection to a scheme that involved the smuggling of drugs and other contraband into the prison in 2017. He was previously convicted of molesting a 15-year-old girl and received a 6-month sentence. He is, however, appealing that case. Over 20 Department of Youth Affairs service workers showed up in uniform to show their support for a bill that aims to provide $280,000 in funding for training, and another bill that would bring parity for youth service workers. Bill 244 seeks to appropriate $200,000 from the unappropriated general fund balances from fiscal year 2019 to DYA for the reclassification of youth service workers to youth correction officers. This is a funding source that the governor has said can't be used because the FY 2019 surplus will be used to pay down the deficit. Senator Amanda Shelton said Bill 244 seeks to put the youth correction officers on the same level playing field as other law enforcement officers in the community. Youth service workers strongly advocated for the bill's passage during the public hearing, saying that the legislation would fix decades of inequity. And the filtration system at the Hagutnya Public Pool has been operating at less than 20% since October of last year before it completely failed. According to the facility's maintenance contractor, Canton Construction, the filtration system is actually not functioning, and 3 of the 4 filters are inoperable, and the 4th is crystallized sand inside, which has resulted in no circulation of the water. It'll cost more than $200,000 to fix the filtration system, and the project is expected to take between 3 and 4 months. The Guam EPA last week took some samples of the water at the pool and determined that the chlorine levels were nearly 3 times higher than acceptable levels. The pool also tested positive for coliform, a common bacteria found in feces. The pool has been closed since the results were released on Friday. DPR Director Richard Ibanez and Ray Su met with representatives from the local swimming community to discuss the problems plaguing the pool. The problems with the pool so bad that coaches even declared that sometimes they can't even see their swimmers in the pool. Coaches also blame the lack of swimmers from Guam in this year's Olympics on the lack of a swimming pool to train in. And those are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now is Ray with your weather.
I got you. It says mostly cloudy, breezy with scattered light showers, northeast winds 15 to 25 miles an hour with gusts of 35, decreasing to 10 to 20 miles an hour after sunset tonight. Highs near 85 degrees. Overnight low should be about 76 degrees. It's raining outside. Let me just, I'll make it really simple for you. It started raining last night about 7 o'clock, and it hasn't stopped anywhere. It's just rainy, snotty, soggy weather out there.
Yeah, it's all light showers, though, so not too bad. But, yeah, it's been pretty wet all night long. But that's okay. 'Tis the season.
You're okay with this.
I love rainy weather.
It'll keep everything cool, but already somebody on Facebook this morning ranting about not being able to see anything on the roads. It's still dark outside. So I was coming out of Agate Santa Rita. I was turning from Route 2 to Route 1 last night, and it's dark down there, and the reflectors are old, the stripes are old, and there's road construction going on, and I tell you what, you can't see literally where you are going, and I don't have night vision. I got pretty good vision for driving around at night. I can generally see things if I'm paying any kind of attention. But between the windshield wipers and the darkness of the streets and the darkness and the oldness of all of the lane markers out there, it's tough for people to see what's going on. But that's okay, because we're going to have a great delegation over at FestPac. FestPac is going to be terrific. People are going to be writing saying, "Gee, why didn't you do this earlier?" 6:14 in the morning. Here's the rest of it. High surf advisory in effect until 6 o'clock today along east-facing reefs, and a high risk of rip current through Sunday night along north and east-facing reefs. So what's it look like for weather? Is this going to continue to be a part of the morning forecast? Let's take a look at the weather radar. Mike will tell you.
Yes, we got some widely scattered showers out there. Actually, big area of rain just moved off island. It's cruising off to the west. These are less numerous now than I think they will be a little bit later on today once the sun comes up. Now we're dealing with a different situation than tropical weather because we literally have a shear line, and that's that large amount of rain that you see down to our south. That's actually the borderline of the shear line and how far south it's pushed. So we're well in the high pressure area, but we've got moisture riding over it, and that's what happens. And of course, this time of year when the sun comes up, we're dealing with a cooler layer of air at the surface and then a warmer air layer up above that. And so what happens is the sun really heats those clouds up, and we wind up getting a little bit more rain coverage. Probably not any stronger rain amounts because there is limited moisture because it is the time of year it is. But we'll probably see more rain later on as the day progresses.
Okay, so going to satellite, what's that border to the southeast, southwest?
Again, that's just kind of it's a weird little artifact that has formed along the shear line. It almost represents a low pressure area, but it's just not quite that big or that strong. Folks in Palau and Yap will probably get a little extra rain as well. One thing to notice here on the satellite picture is we can see the shear line has draped itself across the Marianas, and then if you look at the top of the screen, you can see this north to south push of these mottled looking light blue clouds, and that is the surge coming down. And the Weather Service talking about we could see 2 or 3 shear lines in the next week or so. This is really the peak of our winter season. The next week is going to really indicate it, so we're looking forward to actually a lot of windy and wet weather for about the next 5 to 7 days, but again, it's not going to be enough rain to get us out of the fire danger, but we'll see. It should be enjoyable.
6:16 in the morning. That's news and plenty of weather together right here on The Point.
Yikes, are those Christmas bills coming in already? Those high-interest credit cards at 16, 18, even 24%? Well, we have a New Year's solution for you. A Bank Pacific personal loan with rates as low as 4.65% to pay off those expensive credit cards. It's easy, it's fast, and it's as low as 4.65% APR.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal credit opportunity lender as low as 4.65%. Conditions apply.
Banking on the Pacific for 65 years. 6:16 in the morning. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Wendy's. Need to save money after spending for the holidays? Wendy's helps you save with, I need to save money after spending for yesterday? Yeah, Wendy's going to help you out. Chicken nuggets, fries, and drink, and your choice of a double stack or a junior cheeseburger or a chicken sandwich or a junior bacon cheeseburger. That's the Wendy's for $4 package. It's the best deal in town. Why go anywhere else? Wendy's, now that's better. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Keenan McCausland, get a face mask. Everybody up in Washington State, get a face mask. Is that what the story is? The coronavirus has touched down now in the United States.
Made it.
Flight to, I guess, SeaTac. Is that where the plane probably would have landed? Yeah, and James Howard already in all caps. Outbreak. It's an outbreak. NEM, it's a twister. 6:18 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show.
And they're saying the symptoms are like cold-like symptoms.
Then how do you know you don't have a just a cold? Well,
Exactly.
you're supposed to go see a doctor or something like that. I don't know. Is this one of those things that we're going to get all knickers in and knotted about? You remember with the bird
SARS
flu and SARS and those kinds of things.
And then we're going to have movies about it.
Oh God! Last train to Busan. Part 2 is going to be people running away from the coronavirus. 6:18 in the morning. Welcome to the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. This is The Point. And that voice you just heard, the female voice, that belongs to my baby sister, Mona Silva Tyrant, who's joining me now to make sure that we've got plenty of news from the Guam Daily Post and some other observations, keen observations on what may or may not be happening in this town. I don't know. Did you watch the legislature last night? I couldn't watch the legislature.
No, but I was getting calls about some posts on Facebook.
Some posts on Facebook about
who's Shelley talking about?
Kelly, well, I don't know. From the sound of it, and I'm not surprised. I think I probably should have ripped on this a little bit more in the last couple of days. You know, the get-together over at the legislature, oversight hearing by Kelly Marsh on the Hagåtña redevelopment, whatever, HRRA that they've got going on there. And, you know, we've got a stake in the game. Now, Shelley's been on that board. Shelley was on that board for a while, number one. And the reason why that she was brought on the board was because that between her and I, she was the more vocal of the siblings that was talking about how they basically the original plans that looked like they were going to be put forth for the downtown Hagåtña area looked like they were basically going to trash it. It was going to take, you know, one of the cultural and historic icons and turn it into something kind of, I don't even want to say Disneyland slick. It felt like it was going to be Hollywood slick and ugly.
And it means so much to us. For those of you who don't know, is that we have our names on the sidewalk downtown in Hagåtña because
we were young vandals. Yeah. That's is the whole point. But we feel we got pride of ownership.
Literally, we do have names in the sidewalk
and authorship. So yeah, we're kind of curious as to what's going to happen down there, and we'll be vocal about it. But anyway, so she had expressed her concern. She got on the board, which is the way that things will tend out to work. But apparently, Kelly has been unkind. There's other words that I can use, but not on the radio to describe just how unkind and direct she'd been to Lasia Casil and others on that board. And it apparently came to some kind of a head last night, which is why everybody started Facebook messengering and WhatsApp.
And this is why people don't want to serve on boards anymore, because they have to go and really.
Because you got to go kiss somebody's butt at the legislature.
You don't want to go to the legislature. You don't want to serve on a board or commission and do your civic duty and do something positive for our community, because you don't want to go down and answer to the legislature that will chastise you and criticize you and call you criminal for serving on these boards.
Well, and then or a testimony, public testimony in a quote public hearing where you go down and you say your piece as Ken Leon Guerrero did, and they got browbeaten by Pito of all people. 6:21 in the morning.
FYI, a public hearing is for the public.
It's for you to
give their opinions,
not for you to play judge, jury, executioner, and cross-examiner.
You can do that on the session floor.
Our 35th Guam legislature is living proof that not all highly educated people have any common sense.
Oh boy, that is a fact. 6:21. That voice belongs to Duke Skytalker.
I have no common sense.
Well, he's going to be just invaluable here this morning because of the weather situation that we're talking about. As I said, it's raining. It started raining last night all over the island, and it pretty much hasn't stopped. So if you're getting on the road, watch out for it. If you watch out for the kids, because it's still dark. They're still making their way to the bus shelters this morning. It's still dark. There was a fatality last night up on Route 10 in that area in between the mobile gas station and the Payless, which has become just an incredibly bad place to be a pedestrian or not be in a car. So please be very careful. Watch out for the kids. They're all making their way to the bus shelters this morning. And I suppose this might be one of those cool mornings where concerned citizens maybe ought to drive around a little bit and take a look at whether the kids are being protected, whether these bus shelters are actually doing anything to protect our children from the rain. And I suppose maybe this is going to be one of those days where, you know, after 100 days, a year of this new administration, woman in the legislature, women over at Adelup, have we managed to get, is it Beneventi Middle School where they've got those little kids that have got to do a 100-yard dash from one covered area to another covered area just to go from A to B, which they have to do. It's not like they can stay in one place. But I'll bet FestPack will be incredible. 6:22 in the morning. Anybody watching the show on Facebook Live? Yeah, I think there might be a couple of people we're talking about.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Yeah, good to have some friends here. Rico Blancaflor, who may be first one up. I'm not sure. It took me a while to get to the Facebook page where I can see all of the comments in order, but I see Rico looks like he came in first. There's James Howard. Nick Perlowski, way to go. Yoich Ringil is watching the program today. Yoich, any luck on the German Shepherd or the Doberman Pinscher puppies? If you get a chance, I mean, if you can modulate it down, if your choice, your selection is so broad, may I suggest female chocolate Dobermans, in my mind, not kind of reddish Doberman, like my Pago, right? In my mind, maybe the smartest version of the Doberman period, maybe one of the smartest dogs ever, if you can wrangle it out, possibly. Marianne Tyron St. Nicholas, the other Marianne Tyron online this morning. I see Heather Perez, Patty Clodfelter is there, our pal JB St. Nicholas, and Marla Carbadzidu rounds out the top 10 this morning. Now, the names are flying fast and furious. John Titano, John Ray Titano. I got Rooster online. I saw Marlu Bersimmon hanging out, and Maria Fergerger saying, off a day. Issa J. Rivera, good morning, Neats. Nice to see you there. Neats, how about an update on your rescuing the pile of Chamorro LPs? Have you made any headway on that? As Keenan McCausland says, the coronavirus is here in Washington State. You remember we were talking about the people in the Philippines and no more breathing masks that they've got there, no more face masks that they've got to walk around with to protect them from the ashfall. My suggestion is that you get to wherever it is over in your Walmart where they sell those kinds of things and buy up a share of that. We got already said Maria's there. Yeah, it was Maria who made this point early in the morning. So I had to do an early morning gas station run in this wet, rainy morning. Why, oh why, can't our government do something about these poorly lit, poorly marked roads? Reflectors so we can see the lanes we're in, and paint those islands and sidewalks yellow so we can see those too. When it rains, the reflection makes everything harder to see. Ranting done. Have a good morning, Ray. No, rant some more, Maria. You're a taxpayer around here, and near as I can tell, our taxes are not funding actual services that need to get done. We're not talking about rocket science. We're talking about every once in a while somebody going out there and polishing up the reflectors, replacing the reflectors, putting new markers down, putting new paint down the side of the road. There are cars that you can buy on Guam already. You can already buy cars on Guam with sophisticated technology where they've got cameras in them. And the cameras are designed to see the edge of the road over here and the edge of the lane over here. And the idea is if you start to drift, if the car detects that you are drifting out of one lane and into another, it'll nudge the wheel. Hey, are you sure you want to be doing this? That kind of new technology works everywhere except here. Welcome to the third world. As the technology of the first world advances, we are stuck with third world roads. And in fact, I've been in some third world countries before, and some of them have far better roads than we've got. I don't know what it's like to drive there in the rain, but it's terrible. Chris Chip saying that's it. No more Chinese takeaway until this virus issue is resolved. They got Pam Duvall there. Shayna Bentley, almost said Beneventi. Joy and Pinko, good morning to you. I got Jerome McDonald. Brad Hewitt is hanging out. Ken Leon Guerrero. Are you saying that your personal safety and that of others is more important than sending 100 people to Hawaii for a week? I am selfish. I am selfish. I guess this is the moment, the catharsis, the healing, where I have to admit to myself that I am selfish, and that, yeah, my concerns about my public safety, random crime, safe streets, hospital that is there with state-of-the-art equipment and personnel, if something were to happen to me, educational facilities where I can educate my kids.
Yeah.
I'm selfish.
I'm
sorry to ask for those kinds of things in light of the fact that there are people that want to go off to a week's worth of junketing in Hawaii for Fastpack.
Yeah, the first step to getting help is admitting you have a problem.
I shouldn't. I think about myself constantly. I just, maybe it's this narcissistic bend. I really should be seeing somebody. When is there? Hopper James Howard is there. James Lester Lonzo. I got Jose Martinez. John Titano. Yeah, like Maria says. Yeah, I guess I'm just being selfish because just want to be here for my family. Nick Frolowski, Maria Ferger. I was about to say it's because Festpac, Mama Marsh deems it necessary to send people to Hawaii instead of taking care of the basic needs at home. People seem to have forgotten why they were elected. Charlene Marshall is there. I got Gerard Estoy. Brad Hewitt says, watching the impeachment trial, looks like the House team is made up of Guam senators hell-bent on their own agenda, completely clueless, and not following what the majority of their constituents desire. Maka Moylan Alston is online. My buddy John Bagaforo who I had the pleasure of spending several hours with last night. And I'll tell you more about that story, the continuing saga of Ray's stolen iPhone. And it's not just me. It's not just me being selfish. Other friends of mine had their stuff stolen too, and I'm hoping that even though a couple of days have passed, that they all might still be in the same location. But some interesting police work, unsuccessful, but it was interesting to watch the process. And I'll share that with you in a little bit. Who else is playing around? Bennett Luan Duenas, a happy good morning, Anthony Bennett, Tom Tahadzi, Candy Guzman, Jerome McDonald's. Start eating kimchi to avoid the corona disease. There's a kimchi that I can buy at the store. It's the one that comes in the red container. God, that's good.
You brought that to the house. That was good stuff.
That is good stuff.
Did you get that at Payless?
You can find it about any. You can find that stuff in ABC stores. Yeah. That's how popular it is. And if I had to only eat one kind of kimchi, I think that would be the one. Who else is playing around? It's kind of a long list. I may need to. It's so long today. I may need to leave this and get back to it a little bit later on. Dave Torrey, Jess Mendiola, Hafalai, Gwen Timinglu is online. With this, Ken Leon Guerrero has put a link to something on YouTube. I forget what it might be. Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada are there. Avaton, you gonna run? Avengers. Randy Kruger is online. Pam Duvall says, watching the legislature channel was a complete waste of time, and I couldn't bear seeing Pito with his shirt unbuttoned as if he was a Wayne Newton lookalike. They blasted the panel that was unnecessary. The 35th is absolute worst ever. Oh, there's got to be a way to Luli and Guerrero that. They will be known as the worst legislature ever, forever.
It's really very sensitive information.
June Bells Carino. Good morning, Ray, Mana, and Michael. Where are your names in Hagutnia? I'll look for your autographs. The statute of limitations hasn't run out on that vandalism crime. There's still probable cause, so we're going to leave that to ourselves. Big Sister Shelley is there. Vivian Castro Leon is online. Did I already say when is watching the show? That's good. Ike Iseki, Doris, our buddy. This is amazing. I didn't realize that she had 2 R's in her name, but Doris Bagatnan is online this morning. Another runner buddy, Roy Burgess. Good morning, Ray. See you Saturday at the Payless Kick the Fat. Yeah, I guess that is this weekend, isn't it? Anne-Marie Sablon Trousseau and the art correspondent of the Ray Gibson Show, Michelle Peer. I think I'm going to give her a title because I haven't actually made my monthly deposit into my art patron
You
fund.
have a whole blank wall behind you that you could display some of her artwork and use that to
help her out. Our art.
Michelle,
bring something by. It might be able to fit in the back. I've always
and then we can do a weekly feature on her artwork.
That'd be cool too.
Yeah,
we can even do a radio auction.
Well, now we're just giving stuff away. Now we're just they make the same offer to guys over at BMW. We'd like to radio auction your car. If
I'll
that's
drive
all right.
it around for you.
6:31 in the morning. Gary Cooper says, thanks for speaking up for the students and staff at BMS. No problem, Gary. I'm absolutely sickened that it was put together like that in the first place. But here we are. We got what is it? $22 million worth of unappropriated funds left over from the 2019 budget, and everybody running around looking for the guys over at the legislature. Oh, we're going to give it to these guys. We're going to give it. There's all kinds of.
But it's not a surplus.
Oh no! We're going to use that to pay down the deficit. But it seems to me for $22 million, you might be able to get that solved for what's getting close to being $1 million.
And the legislature holds the purse string, so they can really decide where it goes.
Well, but Les Carlson says there's nothing there. It's vapor. These are not the unappropriated funds that you're looking. You couldn't even use it for a recall election. Now, is it time? Tell you what, headlines, and then get into the table of contents. Because there, in my mind, some really, really amusing things that we'll get to talk about here this morning that feel like news. And I guess that's the gist of this program, isn't it? 4 hours of political gossip and smart aleck comments. It's 6:32, and time for our first look at headlines. With news now from the Guam Daily Post, here's Mana Silva Tyrant.
The bill that senators passed this weekend in a special session has been vetoed. Just as the legislature's attorney stated, it does, in fact, encroach on the governor's organic authority. But the governor, Leon Guerrero, did send down a bill of her own that would help to address mayoral vacancies. Her bill would put it on her plate to appoint a mayor when a village is without one. The couple of tourists plucked from a golf course pond are said to have drowned accidentally. An autopsy was done, and the cause of death declared to be asphyxiation. They haven't released the identities of the couple other than saying that they are Japanese. And the Aganya swimming pool will remain closed until park officials are able to address the filtration problems down there. It'll cost $200,000 and may take 3 months. It is said that the pool's filtration system hasn't been operating or has been operating at 20% since October. And aside from being overchlorinated, the pool also has a high amount of E. coli bacteria. And those are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, you can pick up a copy of the paper. You can log on to their website at postguam.com.
6:33 is the time here in the studio. That's iConnect time. Give them a ring at 888-8888 and ask them how they can save you money on mobile, internet, even push-to-talk.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
What do we got at Denny's? New international items on the menu. The hearty breakfast lamb berry vanilla crepe breakfast, banana chocolate hazelnut crepe breakfast. And we've been through this. Did we not go through this the other day talking about the chocolate hazelnut that they're using in this? It's probably Nutella.
It is Nutella.
There's
so
nothing
good.
there is nothing better. There's no finer form of chocolate on the planet than there is Nutella, because it comes in almost a peanut buttery form where you could literally just put your finger in the jar and scoop the stuff into your mouth.
Don't ever share peanut butter or Nutella with Ray.
With Ray, ever. Anyway, so try some of that. They put it in crepe form, but yeah, you can ask, could you just bring me the banana and a little jar of the Nutella, and I'll just stick the banana in the jar. You can keep the crepe. They've got premium chicken tenders and all kinds of other stuff. Breakfast, lunch, all kinds of cool dinners waiting for you over at Denny's.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Traffic gizmo time. Wherever you go in this morning is going to be much slower because of all of the wetness on the roadways. It's, what does they say, Palaxi to the maxi out there. So watch out while you're driving around here at this point today. So traffic is going to be ugly and slow at all of the intersections, as it should be, as people should be driving a whole lot slower here this morning. Let me see if there's in the usual spots. Yeah, Route 3 starting to busy up over by the schools. We got traffic on Harmon Loop Road over on the Dedido side. Moving slow for cars trying to get onto Route 1. Don't see a whole lot happening up in Gigo. A little bit of lingering up by the Anderson Air Force front gate today. And then we got 8, 10, and 16. Nothing major going on there. A little bit of traffic out in Barragata, though, on Route 16 just before you get to 8, 10, and 16. A little bit of traffic on that one intersection that takes you into Tejan. And then on Route 4, some traffic over by Ordot, Pago on the way into the schools. And a little bit of traffic up in the Sinahanya side. And once you get onto Marine Corps, once you get into Agana, should be smooth moving there. A little bit of traffic over at the intersection in both directions at 1 over where Big Navy is. A lot of people trying to get into and out of that facility right now. Some changes to their open and close, their gate opening and closing schedules. We'll go through that a little bit later on. Right now, traffic here on The Point.
Mescla Tomorrow Fusion Bistro in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon is now introducing an at-table all-you-can-eat breakfast menu from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. every Saturday and 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday. Enjoy some quality time with your friends and family with some of your favorite local cuisine, from their waffle, hotcakes, and French toast station to their eggs and omelet station and a variety of scrumptious desserts. Weekends at Mescla Bistro in the Grand Plaza Hotel just got hotter. New year, new menu. Call 969-2652 for reservations. Some restrictions apply.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Pat and Norma Jean Floors online. Good morning, Eunice Mendiola. Ismail wants me to read one of his poems here. Kelly, quite contrary, always the good idea fairy. Educated more than many, but sense You don't have any. Gary Cooper, again, saying thank you for speaking up for the students. Rose Greeno, Vivian Cunningham from Morco Online this morning. I got Chuck Danko, former radio personality here on Guam and up in Saipan. Joe Cruz, that is the real Joe Cruz, current radio personality, does the producing for Bob Klitsky and Tall Tales, also his own program on Star 101. Maria Figueroa, Biscoff spread is delicious. Also, true, it is, but as far as I know, they're not making that with bananas and crepes over at Denny's. We can try. Joe Cruz says GPD enacted the Gibson Phone Recovery Task Force. Saki Melania Mandanya. Man, wouldn't that be sweet? Practically. Let me just get through the names and then we'll do a couple of other things. Oh, Tricia Cruz, TC. In charge online this morning. Nice to see Patty Kasaka there, Ron and Cindy De La Rosa, Darlene Bloss. You better be hugging your dad every time I say her old man John Bloss is a guaranteed and medal wearing war hero. One of a handful, and every time I see him, and I'm around members of the family, I always remember to introduce him. He's my war hero buddy, Sergeant Major John. So, Darlene, you give him a hug for me. I appreciate that. 6:39. So here's the continuation of the saga of the stolen Ray Gibson iPhone, and so we went down. I was talking one copy, says, okay, you need to talk with John Bagaforo because he's running things for a little bit down at the Ag at the Southern Precinct. And so I made contact with John. John says, why don't you come down? Come on down, and we'll show you the operations. Got a couple of new guys that we're going to be, having them set up and put together the checklist so they know exactly what they're going to be doing when we get out there. And I said, all right, that'd be fine. So I get down there, and if you've never been to the Southern Precinct, I don't know, you've never been arrested down there or something, there's a nice place that they've got a boys-girl restroom and a girls' restroom, and there's guys and holding cells and all of that. And they got a great big briefing room where you can get together and where they can talk about what it is that they're going to be working on and important, investigations, things like that. They're going to be pursuing for the evening. So I sat down with a bunch of these cops, Ozzy included. So we got Baggy and Ozzy and a couple of other guys, and went through the process. And it was just like those briefings, that they do before. We're going to go take down the bad guys, and okay, who's going to be knocking on the doors? Who's doing perimeters? And I said, what do I get to do? And they said, sit in the car and shut up. That's what we want you to do. You don't get to do anything. You don't get to do anything. You sit in the car and don't make any noise. Put your hands in your pocket. Don't touch anything, because otherwise the lights and the siren's going to go off in the car. I said, all right, fine. That's what I'll do. But we went down there. We didn't have any luck finding the phone. They knocked on a couple of doors and did some interviews. Got a couple of interesting new leads, so that's fun. But it was really, it was nice to see that kind of police service. And I'm sure that there's some of this Ray Gibson privilege that's going on. And I'm not going to say I don't appreciate it, but I do appreciate the fact that these guys do this kind of thing all the time for all kinds of people, whether it's a break-in in a car, whether it's a stolen phone, whether it's a home invasion or something like that. I mean, we've got some real smart guys on the force.
It's a good thing, though, for you. You might say it's about your privilege, but it's a good thing for you to know how the process goes because you talk about it. Yeah. And so that you could better explain it when people come up with come up to you with issues that they faced in the community. But I mean, just simple observations. And as senator, it's really good for you to know how. When I'm senator, to see how that works. Police operate, so you can better support them. Got into one vehicle, and I said, "This is not a regular squad car." He says, "No, it's one of the executive rides." I said, well, "How come we're in one of the executive rides?" He says, "Well, a couple of the regular patrol cars one had to be transferred to another precinct because they were short, and another one is in the shop, which sounds like something that they've got to deal with on a continuous basis in the police department." And I'm not going to tell you who I was running shotgun with, but I will say that for all intents and purposes, he could do this show. He has the same issues that you and I do, and I think that a lot of people do with the revolving door over at the courtroom. The name even came up. I said, "What if we get an arrest?" And one of the guys says, "Oh God, I hope Sokola doesn't get the case." I mean, they recognize that there's a revolving door, and they can name you the judges at the courthouse they're throwing out cases, they're letting guys go. There's on the front page of the Guam Daily Post, and I'm going to put because they got a picture of the guy. If you got the printed copy of the Guam Daily Post, they got a picture of the guy
that ex-DOC officer pleads guilty and then is released from prison. Now, the picture of the guy is small. It's just his face. But this is the whole picture of Jerome Nicholas. This was after he had already pled guilty, and they put him on what is it, probation or something like that, supervised release. I don't know. They all run together in my head. But here it is. This is a guy, and I don't know. I think he's one of the small fish in the case. And this is we got this guy who's running around, and he's pled guilty and released from prison. But it's the strangest way that this story goes. St. Nicholas has spent the last several days in prison after he failed his third drug test for using meth, admitted to the charge of official misconduct as a misdemeanor before Judge Sokola. He faces up to 6 months in prison, according to his defense attorney. Sentencing scheduled for April 2nd. So the guy has pled guilty. He's also having a hard time with his drug tests. But they still let him out of jail. They still let him out, and so you can see on his face, he's got this broad look on his face, like, look at me, look, I'm another one of these guys, beat the system, got in the right courtroom, and even though I'm guilty, even though I'm failing my drug test, I still get out until it gets to be sentencing, which is sometime in April.
Yeah.
What the cops are aware of all of this stuff, and they feel like there is a morale problem, I think, among some members of the police department, because they are going out there doing the investigations, doing the diligence, doing the arrest, getting these guys behind bars, and then they go to the courthouse and wear their nice clothes and pretend to be the person their parents think they are, and all of a sudden they're out, smiling face, thumbs up, like his Niners just won a trip to the Super Bowl. The only thing missing is Jack Larimer's Super Bowl dance in that thing. So you can get where the cops might be, and you can get where I've got, I think, a better sense and more. I feel like I am more vindicated here to talk about problems that we've got with the criminal justice system, because literally it's not just my observation from reading the blotter. It's not just my observation from reading the news. It has now been confirmed by members of the Guam Police Department that they are frustrated with the system.
We're just lucky that these police officers we have working here have high values. Otherwise, they would start taking the law into their own hands, literally, with some of these people. But they don't. They go out, they do their job. They round them up, they throw them in jail, and then let the wheels of justice work.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, I don't. Hey.
6:45. No, I'm not suggesting there anything like vigilante justice. Although that came up in the conversation as well. The guys were talking about the old days. And we all have fond memories of the old days. And there used to be a time where, if somebody was acting up in the village, some of the older boys in the village would look around and say, "Oh, no, we don't act like that around here," and dispense what we like to refer to as jungle justice, and bring a come to Jesus meeting with the older fellas in the village who teach you what it's supposed to be like to be a man in the village. We don't, I don't think, have that kind of thing anymore. I think we've lost that generation to ice. Unfortunately. Anyway, 6:46 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Among the big stories here, and I got some of the paperwork. It's just in a larger than normal pile of paper here. What was it? Somebody helped me with Ken Leon Guerrero actually has helped me with some of the numbers involved here. And the numbers I'm talking about, 7 1. All right, so that's 8. And you might be wondering what that number refers to. 8 now is the number of bills that have been sent from Adelup down to the legislature, right? Okay, and you might be going, hey, this actually sounds like she's almost as productive as some members of the legislature.
I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill.
Would that be considered encroaching on legislative authority?
Could be considered encroaching on legislative authority. I don't know. I suppose there are times where a governor might be able to say, here's a couple of ideas you might want to be able to, not only am I vetoing your legislation, but I'm also going to rub your face in it by sending down some proposed legislation.
See, that just shows you that
own.
Once you get a mural, you start thinking you're the king.
Maybe some of that. I thought I'd printed it out. Like I said, it's in a bigger than normal pile of stuff. Dear Madam Speaker, I agree with your legislative counsel, and I'm therefore exercising my executive responsibility to veto Bill 259-35. Did we not predict that was going to happen yesterday? I think somebody looked like and sounds like me might have said that you might expect that the second it hits her desk, she's going to hit it with the veto deal as well. There are provisions of this bill that encroach upon the core functions of the executive branch. I am unwilling to sign any legislation into law that compromises the delicate balance between the three branches of government. But in defense, Governor, in defense of the legislative body, they passed it before they had read the testimony, before they had read the comments from their own legal counsel.
Not to mention it was unanimous.
Not to mention it was unanimous. That's right. Isn't that the fun part of it? Not only did the legal counsel chimes in post facto and says, yeah, this might be inorganic, but they sent it up anyway. That's the thing. They sent it up knowing there was going to be some kind of a veto.
And the only one who gets to wash her hands of it is Tina, because she wasn't here.
Right? Yeah. For nearly 4 months now, the village of Jutnia has been able to address the needs of its people with the help of the Mayor's Council of Guam. And although it has done so without the physical presence of a mayor, this is a unique issue that can be addressed without the physical presence of a mayor. Kind of makes it sound like there might have been, I don't know, a sentient, conscious cloud of Mayor Bloss that was floating over the village, providing guidance and making sure that the Jutnia rules were informed. You know what I mean? Just that cloud of Bloss's consciousness out there. So protecting all of the people from Jutnia from, I don't know, encroachment by the legislature. While I understand the desire to do the right thing must also be done the right way. This is the central reason for this veto. So at the end of it now, she says, let me, attached here with is a piece of proposed legislation that you might be able to take a look at over at the legislature. Do with it what you will. And I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing. Mana summed it up in the newscast. That was nice. But anyway, so I'm trying to do the tally here. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has now sent down 8 proposed pieces of legislation that I'm aware of. The 7 crime bills that she'd sent down, and now this one here that would put appointment and policies before the Municipal Planning Council with advice and consent, I believe, from the governor. That's the way that works, right? Okay, so she's got that. But the point is that the governor now has introduced 8 pieces of legislation or suggested 8 pieces of legislation. Senator Tina, the Speaker of the Legislature, according to research done just minutes ago by Ken Leon Guerrero, the Speaker of the Legislature has only introduced 10 pieces of legislation. Now, that puts the governor behind a little bit, but right there in terms of productivity, right behind in terms of productivity, the very Speaker of the Legislature.
Yeah, it's funny how the governor, and, a lot of respect for her position and things, but she basically submitted 8 bills that mirror largely the bills that Senator Moylan has put before us. But we can't let the governor's bills languish, because then we'll look like we're not looking after things properly.
Yeah. So bills 271, Ken Leon Guerrero's got the numbers here. 271 bills have been introduced by the worst legislature in the history of Guam. Governor Leon Guerrero has introduced 8 pieces, and Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes has submitted 10 pieces of legislation. And that's where we go. It's a comment even Jimmy Moylan made last week when we were talking about this. What do we need the legislature for if the governor's going to be sending down all these bills? I don't know. It's an interesting question to ask, don't you think? In 9 minutes, it's going to be 7 o'clock in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Might as well get around to doing one now. And again, we refer to him as the other Governor Leon Guerrero. I dub him that because I think it's funny. Because, he's a pundit, he's a commentator, he's a critic of all kinds of things wrong with our government of Guam. It's even funnier knowing that there are people in the administration and associated with the administration, now that I've mentioned it, are triggered. For the rest of the day, they're going to say that jackass Ray Gibson called him the other Governor Leon Guerrero. Again, I can't
The
go
honorable. You have to say the honorable.
Get me coffee. Somebody go get me coffee. Ray's done it again.
Ken's honorable.
The honorable other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken Leon Guerrero. Good morning, sir.
Well, first of all, I owe you an apology because that piece of information I sent you, I wasn't specific enough. Luis Muñoz is the low rider at 10 bills.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Speaker.
Barnes, I mean, when you stroll through the 271, she's got her name on about 290 of them. Probably.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's, this, what are you, it's not the primary mover of the bill. She just kind of signed on as a co-signature, right?
Well,
I'm talking about actual introduction.
Yeah, actual introduction. Luis Muñoz has only introduced 10 bills so far. Things like cosmetics, making.
What about menstrual cups? Is anybody who's working on the menstrual cups issue?
I don't even want to know. I mean, talk about micromanaging things that are better left to the people themselves, really. That's almost as bad as the straws and balloons.
There we go. There we go. Well, it's that kind of body.
Yeah, you're right. It's that kind of body. I mean, this whole thing going back to the vote on Friday that you so accurately forecast. I mean, it was a simple bill. Give the people of Jonia an opportunity to decide for themselves if they want to recall the mayor or keep him in place. Now, instead, the circus is going to roll on for another 2 weeks, and it's going to inflict all kinds of damage on the Democratic Party, but they don't seem to be aware of it, and if they are, they don't care about it.
Mike Nicholas will fix it. That's what we need.
Yeah. So it goes back to this. I mean, this legislature can be summed up in 4 bills. The war claims bill that does nothing and still does nothing. The Guam Regional Medical Rescue Bill. The re-legalizing the casino gambling at the Carnival, Liberation Carnival. And my favorite now, the Fest Pack. And as you saw in that little picture I sent you, the other day I drove by a medical fundraiser. You can't drive anywhere on this island on the weekend without driving past a couple medical fundraisers.
Yeah. The car washes, things like that.
Yeah, so here are people desperately trying to raise a few $1,000s to pay for a ticket for someone to go to the Philippines or to the mainland for badly needed medical treatment not available on Guam in most cases. And rather than fund them, we're going to send 100 people for a vacation. I mean, there is a clear disconnect in the priorities between the administration.
Boy, and don't you dare question that. Otherwise, people are going to say that you hate the culture and you're not woke to our history, our culture, and our music and all of that stuff. You just standing in the way. It was the comment that somebody made, and it kind of upset me. It's like FestPac awoke our culture, and I'm like, wait a second. I've lived here all of my life. There has always been an active culture and a way to look at the history. Even before anybody went all gaga and moist over FestPac, there were still people that were doing the dances and the reenactments and praying over the over the Laddie Stones. I don't know that FestPac did anything. Did anything by way of awakening everybody?
No, it didn't. What it did is it provided an opportunity for 100 people to go to Hawaii, all expenses paid.
Yeah. So I don't know what they're going to be just yet. And the image that Ken is talking about is on screen right now. And there's a picture of folks washing cars so that they can get some needed medical attention for a member of the family. And then you've got the what was it? What was the name? Rapa Nui, and that was the FestPac porn, if you'll recall from the last time. Had all the hard bodies out there, and if you look carefully at one of the guy's hats, it was some kind of native fertilization ritual going on the screen. You will recall. 6:56 in the morning. Get ready for the next set of outrages from the legislature. The Committee on Rules is going to be meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
And the taxpayers of Guam tremble.
We should. We should. What's it going to be? What are they going to be going over? What committee reports are going to be out there that are going to be worth looking at, and what is it that they're going to be voting on? I cannot, off the top of my head, recall any stupid legislation that's in the chute right now. But I think once the Committee on Rules report is out, maybe at the end of the day, first thing tomorrow morning, we'll get an idea of what useless, frivolous legislation they're going to be proposing for the body to vote on.
Can I give you some FestPac fun facts?
Yes.
Okay, so did you know in the planning of the Guam FestPac that there was a requirement to distribute 30,000 condoms to participants?
I remember that being part of a story that was running around.
30,000 condoms.
I do recall that was the deal because apparently there was a whole lot of fertility going on, I guess.
Yeah, I only remember that because you said FestPac porn. So yeah,
Oh, it was, and they were charging. They were charging people to take pictures of the guys with. I mean, you go to Paradise Fitness, you can find guys with better looking chests than that. But they're not guys that are wearing the little thu things. So I mean, maybe that's you want to talk about awakening the culture. I think I will give this. The Rapa Nui guys probably got more Chamorro dudes into the gym than anything else because all of the women were going gaga over these guys with their bare chests.
Sounds like that fest pack had a lot of happy endings.
30,000 of them.
Yeah.
And what was the inventory? What was left over after all of that?
I don't know.
Wait a second. And wasn't there? Hold on, because this is ringing familiar in my ears.
We've got the rooster's attention.
I was off the air when all of that was going on, thankfully. But did we not? Was there not also a plethora of viral videos that went out?
Yes, there were of Rapa Nui
of boys and girls. In
Rapa Nui was one of them.
Festpack fertility exercises. Maybe that's what this. Maybe that's the big
and remember,
attraction.
These guys were staying in schools, in our local schools, and this stuff was going on.
Clorox Cavalry, Pine Saw Patrol. Quick, get in there.
Remember, one of the nonprofit groups, the Tassi guys down there, the canoe people, they submitted $3,000 of bills because they were feeding all the other canoe people and a lot of the participants, and they were giving out water. Remember how hot those days were, and then when they turned their invoices in, they were denied.
Oh Lord. Oh, but here they paid them in condoms. So I'm sorry. There's a thought that's going in my head. Maybe this is the big attractor to sending 100 people out to Festpack. Maybe is this one of those little Epstein orgy trips that's going on? It's like we've absolutely positively got to go and recreate the fun and the crazy nights. It's like being in Hugh Hefner's backyard. That Festpack thing. Imagine how much fun it's going to be in Hawaii. You know what? You could have a better time in Manila for about a third of the price. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG. Got ya. Stand by. Ken, I got to go. I'll talk to you pretty soon, okay?
Okay.
You have a rollicking morning. I'm looking for the Founty Lulian Guerrero face to go along with some of the comments that we've got here. At any rate, we've got Fox News Live coming up before too much longer. Montesilva Tyron's got news from the Guam Daily Post. And then Jerry Roberts going to hit us with the extra point. That's ahead here on The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. A Senate debate on the impeachment trial. Elisa Brady.
When the Russia investigation failed, it devolved into the Ukraine.
The president's legal team, including Jay Sekulow, says their case will show he's done nothing wrong and that he was denied due process in the House impeachment proceedings. Attorney Pat Cipollone also says the House failed to make its case.
Overwhelming evidence to impeach the President of the United States. And then they come here on the first day and they say, you know what, we need some more evidence.
This as Democrats demand 4 additional witnesses and more documents, arguing that Republicans want to block that to cover up for the president.
The president must not be allowed to mislead you by introducing documents selectively and withholding all of the rest.
Lead House Manager Adam Schiff, the debate on the trial's ground rules continues. The U.S. has its first case of the new coronavirus, already blamed for several deaths and hundreds of illnesses in Asia.
An American living in Snohomish County, Washington, north of Seattle, became ill and told his providers about his recent travel to China. Dr. Scott Lindquist is the Washington State epidemiologist.
He came in before that screening was done and was actually not with symptoms when he came into the United States.
That patient is isolated and is a low risk to the public. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control will now also screen inbound passengers from China at Atlanta and Chicago O'Hare airports, in addition to screening underway at San Francisco, LAX, and New York JFK. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The spread of the virus getting part of the blame for a sell-off on Wall Street affecting travel stocks. The Dow down 151 at the bell. America is listening to Fox News.
People come to Chili's for a million reasons. For happy hour, date night, birthdays, or just because it's Tuesday. But if you ask us what brings people into our restaurants time and time again, is that Chili's moment. You know the one. When you eat so much you want to fall asleep at the table, or when you meet up with good friends and it turns into a party. At Chili's, moments like these matter, and we want to make more of them. So there may be a million reasons to Chili's, but all you really need is one. Chili's, savor the moment in our new location in the Tumon Sands Plaza, second floor.
Yikes, are those Christmas bills coming in already? Those high-interest credit cards at 16, 18, even 24%? Well, we have a New Year's solution for you. A Bank Pacific personal loan with rates as low as 4.65% to pay off those expensive credit cards. It's easy, it's fast, and it's as low as 4.65% APR.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal credit opportunity lender as low as 4.65%. Conditions apply.
New Jersey becomes the first state with a permanent ban from the legislature on flavored vaping products.
The bill, signed into law by Governor Phil Murphy, will cut off any sale or distribution of vaping material. It will not punish those who already have vaping equipment. In a statement, Governor Murphy said this action will protect everyone from the hazards of electronic cigarettes. The state Senate and Assembly passed the measure last week. It will take effect in April. CDC numbers show 60 people nationwide have died from vaping-related illness, while more than 2,600 have been sickened. New Jersey's Department of Health reports more than 100 confirmed and probable cases, with one death. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Boeing now says it could be June or July before the grounded 737 MAX jets are cleared by the FAA.
We've had a lot of drip bad news on Boeing. We had the CEO leave, new CEO put in place, and now with this 737 MAX jet, a major question about what's going to happen with that plane, with that airline, so important to Boeing's bottom line. They have spent so much money developing this plane, getting it into the marketplace, and now they're having to pay airlines because they can't use the plane. They've had to set it aside.
Fox Business Network's Jerry Willis. Today's announcement sent Boeing shares down more than 5% before trading was halted for pending news. And those Boeing losses also blamed for part of the sell-off on Wall Street. A burger chain that's been a fixture, especially in the southeastern U.S. for decades, files for bankruptcy protection. Crystals, citing debts of up to $100 million. The Chapter 11 filing just a few months after the company announced new executives and a franchising initiative. Crystals is the second oldest burger chain in the U.S. behind White Castle, both specializing in small, square burgers. I'm Lisa Brady, and this is Fox News.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details. Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
7 o'clock news brought to you by Horizon Properties.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron, and here are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Governor Lulian Guerrero hopes to hear from the U.S. Department of Treasury today on the status of the Memorandum of Understanding necessary to begin paying reparations to Guam's World War II survivors. Leon Guerrero signed Bill 181 into law in early January, creating a local fund to pay war claims with the goal of issuing the first check by the end of this month. But the MOU with the Treasury Department, which sets out an administrative process for the payments of claims, must be executed before the law can take effect. The public heard last week that the MOU was in its final stages, with the terms finalized and the document working its way through the Treasury for signature. Governor Leon Guerrero says the need of the head of the department did say that the MOU would have to move quickly. Bill 181 is the interim legislation paying war claims through local funds while congressional solutions are being worked through. It's a technical flaw in the World War II Loyalty Recognition Act that needs to be addressed before it moves forward. Governor Leon Guerrero, meanwhile, took swift action on a bill that was passed in a special session this weekend, vetoing Bill 259, which was initially aimed at giving Jutnya residents a path to recall their jailed mayor. The bill, however, was completely transformed during their special session, Bill 259 becoming more of a mayoral succession bill, and the provision of that would have called for a recall election, was done away with. The governor states that the bill encroaches on the executive authority given to her, and the authority is to appoint and remove officers and employees of the executive branch. Mayors fall under the executive branch. The governor suggests that senators reenact an old law that would allow the governor to appoint a mayor, and she has sent legislation of her own that would address the lack of a mayor in any respective village. An autopsy report on a man and woman who were pulled from one of the lakes at the Guam International Country Club recently stated that they both drowned. According to the Guam Police Department, the cause of death is due to asphyxiation by drowning, and the manner of the death ruled accidental. It's still unclear how the pair ended up in the lake. They had registered as guests of the golf course hours before their bodies were found in the water. This all occurred on January 10th. The pair are said to be from Japan. Meanwhile, a 57-year-old woman died from injuries she sustained when she was struck by a car in Manilao on Monday night. Guam police say that the woman was with a 59-year-old man, and they were crossing the street near the mobile gas station when they were struck by a gray sedan. The front shield of the Lexus was seen with considerable damage from the impact of the pedestrians hitting the car. The driver was interviewed at the scene. Police will now determine if speed, alcohol, or drugs were factors in the crash. More news after this.
Rent, lease. What does Horizon do for you? Here's a clue. Advertising, marketing, screening, inspecting, instructing, leasing and signing, collecting and complying, inquiring and assessing, coordinating, repairing, renewing, enforcing, evicting, moving, cleaning, rekeying, communicating. Do it yourself and you'll find it taxing. We work hard to keep the vacancies low, so at the end of the month, you collect the dough. Proven and trusted. Horizon Properties. We do it all. 777-7792.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
For 21-year-old Anthony Jude Leon Guerrero Blas, a bad decision will likely derail his lifelong dream to remain a Marine. The Marine Corps Lance Corporal appeared in uniform before a district court judge yesterday after he admitted to stealing more than $6,000 worth of vape juice from the mail while still working in the private sector. He was sentenced to 1 year probation. Defense attorney Shane Black told the court a felony conviction will separate Blas from the Marine Corps. He added that there are no potential waivers available to get him into another military branch. Assistant U.S. Attorney Steve Leon Guerrero recommended that Blas serve 3 years of probation, arguing that he had already admitted to the crime prior to enlisting in the military. U.S. Probation and Tedinko Gatewood agree that Blas should have been given pretrial diversion, which would have cleared him of the charges once he successfully completed the program. However, it was said that Blas was denied that option. Along with the 1 year probation, the court ordered him to perform 50 hours of community service and pay $2,400 in restitution. And a 44-year-old woman is charged with theft after allegedly walking out of a store with a designer bag. Security footage from DFS showed the woman, later identified as Joaquina Elaine Cepeda Cabrera, placing a designer bag into another bag that she was carrying. The value of the bag stolen was $535. Police picked her up a couple days later after a store worker spotted her. Cabrera is charged with third-degree felony of theft of property. And those are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now's Ray with your weather.
Well, thanks very much, Mona. Mostly cloudy, breezy, scattered light showers today. Northeast winds up to about 25 miles an hour. Could gust to 35, decreasing to about 10 to 20 miles an hour after sunset. Expected highs today, 85 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 76 degrees. Sunset tonight, 6:16. Tell the others, sunrise this morning was at 6:48, so it hasn't been up all that long. No, still might be a little bit dark outside, especially considering how much it has rained. Now, there's a high surf advisory in effect until 6 o'clock today along east-facing reefs. Also, high risk of rip currents through Sunday night along north and east-facing reefs. A lot of wind out there. Michael Knight's going to take a look at the weather radar once I've refreshed it, because a lot can change in the space of an hour.
It really can.
I want to see how much has changed in the last hour. It's still snotty and soggy out there, right?
Yeah, that is really the story right now. The shear line is straight just to our south, and you've got a bit of a instability down south of us as well. But most of the rain over us coming on through. It looks like we're getting another wave through. It's just light to moderate rain. It's not anything real heavy. Not expecting any flooding or anything like that, but it will perhaps hold off on the fire danger situation. Let's go to satellite real quick, because I want to go into what I'm talking about. Now, this picture is actually looking further to the north.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm going to pull the pointer off of there real quick, because Guam is down at the lower center of this for those that have visual capabilities. What I'm showing you is this push of air coming in from the north, and you can really see that arc of clouds that just seems to be sagging southward. Talking about the possibility of 2 or 3 shear lines moving through in the next 5 to 7 days for us. We are in the midst of our winter weather season, and not sure how much rain we're going to get out of this. Probably not very much, but still, we're looking at days where we're going to have a lot of wind, mostly. That's really the story. But, ripples of clouds and energy, and then another surge will come in, and then another one will come in after that. It's going to be real nice weather, really, if you like that sort of thing for the next week or so. Get used to it, because that's what we're looking for, and that's the peak of our winter weather. So it's all good.
I'm looking forward to it, because the cooler weather. I honestly have turned my air conditioner on at the house maybe just a couple of times in the last couple of days, just to dry the air out. But otherwise, I haven't really needed it to sleep, and I haven't really needed it to cool the house down. 7:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Cocoa Coffee Company is now available at Circle K. Single origin coffee beans, carefully sourced and locally roasted to give you the freshest cup of coffee Guam has to offer. Grab a cup that's brewed every 30 minutes. Or purchase a bag of the locally roasted whole beans. Flavors now serving: light medium roasted Ethiopia and medium dark roasted Jamaican Blue Mountain. Exclusively available at Circle K. With every Cocoa Coffee Company purchase, a portion of the proceeds will go towards the Cocoa Recovery Program.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by the team over at Denny's. You got all kinds of fantastic meals deals that you can get there, like the Pancake Puppies, Spam Sandwich, French Toast Slams, classic burgers, loaded chicken skillets. They got a version of Loco Moco that you are going to love. Don't break the bank. Stop by Denny's. Today, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs, and American President Lines, global presence with a local home.
We understand what matters to you, because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
Okay, Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Nanbo Insurance. If you're driving a hybrid car because you love the planet, wonderful. They support that. You can get up to $350 towards your next power bill, because you got to plug into something. Call 477-9754 if you'd like details at Nanbo Insurance. Also being brought to you by Mescla with their incredible design. Now, programming note, the Mescla in Agana is closed for improvements, and they'll reopen hopefully before the first checks come in from the MOU between the government and the Department of the Treasury. That's the idea. They want to get in there before all of that happens. What have they got that I can tell you about today? Beer battered tender fish fillets stuffed in corn tortillas and topped with cilantro lime sour cream sauce. We'll put some shredded cabbage in there, salsa fresca, spicy roasted chili salsa, and I would ask for a generous helping of the world famous and I think award-winning Mezcla de Nancy that they've got there. It's $12.95. Try it today. Again, find it in Tamuning at the Grand Plaza Hotel. Reservations are suggested 969-2652.
Rediscover talk radio here. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:17. It's been a while since I went outside to check on the weather. I usually leave that to Mike, and every once in a while somebody will go, maybe Ray could use some assistance here. So a meteorological view from the ITC building. Not sure which floor it's on. Pretty sure I know who sent it. But thanks very much. I appreciate this. This is a view from the ITC building of the ITC intersection, Marine Corps Drive, looking north. You can see over there where the infusion is, and where the new PFC is going to be over on the lower left-hand side of the screen, but off on the right you can see the rest of Marine Corps Drive. And if you look, you cannot make out any other features of the island of Guam anywhere past about a mile up the road, because it's all rained out. It's all washed out, and that's the kind of weather that we are predicting for the next little bit. Okay. All right, wonderful. 7:18 in the morning, and hope to hear from Lasia Casil at some point this morning. Also, Frank Ishizaki dealing with the horns of a serious dilemma over at the Department of Corrections. Plenty more to talk about, and we'll get around to doing that. Markets went backwards today. Did you see that? The Dow fell off by 100 points. Here's the thing. Coronavirus there's a headline now. Coronavirus attached to somebody that made landfall in the continental United States of America. Cue the outbreak hysteria at any minute now on the coronavirus. And so that's got all kinds of people a little bit concerned, and that leaked its way onto the market. The other big deal is one of the major components of the Dow Industrial Average is a company called Boeing. Maybe you've heard of them. Maybe you've flown on some of your airplanes. And the problem is, if you've flown on one version of their airplane, it's possible that he might not have gotten out of that alive. And so they're sitting around going, yeah, this is kind of a problem for us, because it's hard for us to sell new airplanes until we get the problems taken care of on this airplane. In the meantime, we've got all this inventory that we cannot move of these, and that's going to cost them some. And so that's
the
where we are.
CEO's job is open up there as well.
Did they? Have they changed out the CEO job?
Dumped him. Got rid of him.
Yeah, but I mean, what was his parachute like? What was what was that golden parachute worth?
Millions.
Yeah, see that's the thing is we got to figure out how to get ourselves into that playing field. I mean, we were talking about goal setting yesterday, and what to be hungry for. That sounds like something that you ought to be hungry for. What do you want to do? I want to be the CEO of a huge corporation, and they say, well, what happens if you do a lousy job? It doesn't make any difference, because you see some of the severance packages that these guys get by way of a board saying, yeah, you really screwed up, but you didn't screw up bad enough that we're going to withhold any of your severance on the way out. So here's your compensation package for split.
Oh boy, you think sports agents do these deals, these mega deals for athletes? Take a look at what the lawyers put together for CEOs.
Exactly,
unbelievable.
Yeah, so I don't know what the number is, but it's probably a number that is so large you and I couldn't possibly imagine it. We
couldn't even spend it.
Yeah, there's that as well. I think I would, and I'm I like to consider myself one that's just uncontrollable with money and credit cards and things like that. If
you could not spend that parachute.
If by a miracle, Jerry Roberts, I was to win the Thursday Mega Bingo jackpot, which is $12 million this week.
How would you dump $12 million? How fast could you spend $12 million?
I could probably go through about the first $500,000 pretty quick. I could probably go through the first $500,000 pretty quick.
And then when you catch your breath, you're going to look around and say,
what else is out there that I need?
Do I need?
You know what'd be cool? Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Like an air fryer. Our brother Dave has an air fryer.
Oh.
And
I thought you were talking about like an airline or something.
No,
like
an air fryer.
Air
like
fryer.
A turbo oven.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want the cheap one, because they got cheap ones, but it's like a file drawer, and then you stick your stuff inside, and it doesn't hold enough, because you can only cook on the bottom portion of it, right? So my brother Dave has an air fryer that has multiple levels on it. So you could be doing fried spam down here, you could be doing chicken wings up here, you could be doing, and you've got to try this. All right, those of you with an air fryer. We'll get around the business report in a second. But those of you with an air fryer, make meatloaf and then stick it in the air fryer.
Where does broccoli go, by the way?
In meatloaf? Oh, sorry. Wait a second. No, there's no air frying vegetables.
When I hear air fryer,
You can air fry potatoes.
when I hear air fryer, I think of priests in training on airplanes.
No, not that's air fryer. Air fry, no, F-R-I-A-R. If this is F-R-Y-E-R. So
You can't air fry vegetables?
well, I suppose you can air
Potatoes.
by broccolis.
It's not a real vegetable.
It's a vegetable. It comes in the ground.
I'm just saying, for those
Grown by the earth.
for those of you that
Vegans eat
They grow them on
potatoes.
trees.
I have an air fryer. It's put it out on a bowl on the porch in the sunshine.
but for those of you that might still be eating meat that haven't been browbeaten and embarrassed into at least attempting veganism at one point in your life,
very much.
then no problem. That's what you want to do? Is you want to get one of these things with layers. So my second $500,000, I think I'd begin with that.
Really? It's that much.
Get an air fryer. You know what?
Dave was making more money than I thought he was.
So here's another. I really like my Honda Ridgeline. I 2017 Honda Ridgeline. I'd like another one.
But if you win the $12 million, you can't be driving a Honda Ridgeline.
Oh yeah, no, I just get another one. I totally Al Israel it out. I just get. What do you get?
No,
What
at
kind
that
of car
point, you
like?
buy
I
a
like
used
that
Ford
one.
Pinto. You don't want anybody knowing you got the money.
That's right. There you go.
Yeah, you got the solid engines in those old Ford Pintos. Never mind how ugly they were. If you got the engine tweaked up right, you could get that sucker moving. 7:23 in the morning. So
and they substitute it as a barbecue.
then you
okay?
can't.
Sometimes.
You remember that's something. The old townhouse. The old townhouse, when it burned down in, what was that, 81, 82, something like that?
Was it a Ford Pinto?
I was dating a girl, and her brother had a Ford Pinto and had the bad fortune of leaving it in front of the old townhouse the night before.
That was it?
That was it. And when he got to it the next morning, it was literally melted. You couldn't pull the tires up. Everything was melted to the asphalt.
Well, was that the reason the townhouse went up?
We'll never know.
Oh.
The reason why the townhouse went up. It might have been electrical. It was an old building. Anyway, so take a look at the markets here. All the American markets are down. S&P 500 at 3320, off by 8.83 points. The NASDAQ at 9370. They're off by 18 points. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost about 152 points. Still over 29,000. So don't get all crazy about it. 29,196. We're going to go bargain hunting. Those of you that are close to the markets today will go bargain hunting. Those of you that are at Raymond James, please go bargain hunting with some of the dough that I got at your place. The FTSE is off by about 40 points to close at 7,610. The Nikkei at 23,864. Biggest loser today. Sorry, they're not the biggest loser. 218 points to close, like I said, at 23,864. Hang Seng is the biggest loser. They lost 27,000. They're at 27,985. That's off by, if I'm reading this right, 810. Is it possible
Almost
they've lost
1,000
that?
points.
That's a big one, yeah. Shanghai is off, but the DAX is up. 13,555 for the DAX. Looking at the commodities right now, it's not Thursday yet, is it? Okay. Trash day. Still Wednesday. All right, taking a look at the commodities. I got gold trading off by about $1.7, $1,558.60 for an ounce of gold. Now we got a couple of weird things happening with West Texas crude. 59.7 was where it was yesterday, off by 82 cents to close at $58.25.
That's good.
That's good. Tapas not so good. $70.56. They're up to $71.77. They picked up $1.21 in trade here this morning. So watch out for that. I don't think it's not a big enough jump for anybody to make any changes one way or the other on the price of fuel.
Why haven't the gas prices come down?
It's a mystery, Jer. It's a complete. It's like, why can't we keep the Agania swimming pool blue? No one knows the ways of Tapas. No one knows the ways of Bitcoin, and nobody knows the ways of the Agania swimming pool. There are hundreds of maybe thousands of other swimming pools on Guam that are exactly the right color blue this morning, but for whatever reason, not the Agania swimming pool. We're just unable to do that. A friend of mine, teacher friend of mine, I mentioned her on the radio yesterday, and she, part of her job yesterday was a field trip with some of these kids to go to the pool.
Oh.
And I said, oh, my God, which pool did you go to? And then she sent me a picture of her and the kids playing around in the swimming pool in Dedido, the municipal pool up in Dedido. All right, there you go. We're good. I tell you, I'm more afraid of falling into the Agania swimming pool than I am of the coronavirus. I just tell you that right now. It's one of those things, just give me the willies just talking about it. 7:26 in the morning, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. And that means it must be the extra. You know who I'll bet you were listening to the Extra Point religiously? Is the 4 new vice presidents that they have over at the Bank of Guam. Did
I hope so.
did you see the press release?
Who are the four?
Hold on a second. I don't have that particular page up. It'll take me just a second to get to it. But we'll,
4 people have risen.
Yes, to the ranks
Up
of vice
through the
president,
ranks
and
to
they're
the
not
ranks.
even Leon Guerreros. There are different names associated with these guys. There it is. Brandon Cruz,
Nice.
vice president of the Palau branch. Gina Bascon, Vice President, Project Manager 2.
Yep.
Gwen St. Nicholas, Vice President, Director of Learning with the Bank of Guam's Development and Familia Ambassador Program. And Richard Carino, now the Vice President of the Tamuning Branch, Vice President and Tamuning Branch Manager. So congratulations to those
To
guys.
all.
Yes,
Indeed.
and
Yeah,
imagine they'd be stuck on a teleline if it wasn't for the extra point.
Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate
It's
that.
time.
And that's a very good intro, by the way.
For the extra point, being brought to you by Bank Pacific. No, wait a second. No, which bank are we?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's Bank Pacific, First Hawaiian. Well,
First Hawaiian
They didn't
Bank.
sign the
By
contract yet.
Guahan Insurance
I can screw it up because
Services.
they haven't signed the contract yet.
But
Ed and
they
Karen
will.
on Talan. And then, yeah, Guahan
Guahan
Insurance
Insurance
Services. Jerry Roberts' extra point.
Today, a taste of what my paid coaching clients hear when they tell me they're ready for more. What to do when you feel it's your time to move up, and that's coming next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
A homeowner's policy protects much more than just your house. It also protects you against claims from someone being hurt on your property. If a visitor is injured at your place, how much are you covered for? The smart thing to do is get the answer today.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Yesterday, we talked about having a good reason for wanting to advance in your career. It shouldn't be just about money or the glory of a higher position, or even because you feel you're at a certain age and should be farther along than you are. The best reason for wanting to move forward is that you hunger for a larger role and a bigger challenge. The thought of a change dominates your waking moments, and grabbing the new opportunity feels as natural as your own skin. If that's where you are, or you're heading in that direction, here's what I share with coaching clients when they tell me it's their time. Number 1, do not share the information with your team prior to gaining the new position. That will be a distraction for them and may inject some uncertainty into their lives over the future of the department and how that relates to their future. What if you start talking that you're trying to get a new job and it takes 6 months or a year to get one, or even longer? They don't need that. Keep it to yourself for now. Number 2, use your experience as a teaching opportunity once the plans are finalized. You'll be able to show them how to advance their career when the time is right. That's the best way. Number 3, make sure your family is on board with the idea. You may need to work harder and longer preparing yourself for a new job. And afterwards. That impacts their lives too. Number 4, know your why. We hear this a lot, but it's important. Write down why you want this and refer to it often. That will keep you connected to your plan if you lose momentum and start second-guessing your decision. 5, tell the people who can or will have a voice in deciding in your favor. Supervisors, managers, the HR director, the chief financial officer, all the way up to the CEO. Over a period of time, let the right people know that you're looking for an opportunity. Do this in person, and then follow up with an email to reinforce the conversation. You want to be on the radar screens of anybody who may need to fill a position you might be interested in, or who has a voice in deciding who is selected. That doesn't always come straight from the HR manager or the CEO. 6, start volunteering for special projects and extra duties. Play it like you're already at a higher level. Let your work ethic, energy, and contributions flash like a giant neon sign. So when a position does open up, you become the logical first choice. Track record and skills are important, no doubt. But at some point it becomes psychological, and decisions are often made to choose one candidate over another for reasons beyond what a spreadsheet indicates. Yes, you have to score there as well. Numbers and history do count. However, when decisions turn because of a gut feeling, and that's what happens in many cases, this is where the game is truly won or lost. Make sure people know what you want. Then show them who you are, so they want you. So, are you ready? Download Extra Points 491 and 492, and then Get after it. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
You make a point in there, and I think that you could riff completely just on that for a couple of minutes one of these days, is act like you already got the job.
That's right.
I mean, that counts for a lot of stuff. I do visualization. I mean, it's not a habit. It's not one of the things that I go into with whatever. But I try to predict. I try to see the future. I try to deja vu myself into the future on some of these things. So when I'm in a challenge or when I'm intrigued by something, infatuated by someone or whatever, my mind automatically goes into visualization mode, and I see what I want. And in a lot of cases, if you see yourself in that position, you see yourself doing the job, sometimes you're actually calling it in.
Okay.
That's what Will Castro's doing. No?
There we go.
Sorry.
You know, we're both broadcast professionals, and we know the smart move is to just step away from the microphone and move on to the next thing.
I think so,
That's
yeah.
Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. It's 7:32, and time for another look at the headlines. Brought to you by Lolita Camet of Remax Diamond Realty for all your real estate needs. Call Auntie Loli at 688-6743 with news and smart aleck comments. Here's Montesilva Tyra.
Well, Governor Lou Leonguerro hopes to hear from the U.S. Department of Treasury today on the status of the Memorandum of Understanding that would allow for payments of war reparations using local funds. The MOU is part of the law passed that would establish a repayment clause for the use of local funds to pay the war claims. The governor has stated she hopes to issue the first check by the end of this month. The governor has vetoed a bill that would allow for municipal planning councils to appoint an acting village mayor. The Legislative Legal Counsel said that the bill is inorganic, and the governor agreed. This placing the village of Jutnya back at square one and without a village leader, at least while Mayor Jesse Blas remains in jail. Blas refusing to step down while he faces charges related to a drug operation in Jutnya. And a woman struck by a car Monday night in Mangilao has died. The woman was crossing the street with a man by the mobile gas station when they were struck by a car. Police are looking at whether speed or alcohol were factors. That area is one where frequent auto-pedestrian accidents occur. And those are some of your headlines from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, you can pick up a copy of the paper. Log on to the website at postguam.com.
It's 7:33, and that's iConnect time. Call them at 888-8888 and ask them about saving you all kinds of money. Packages on mobile and internet, and if you're in business, push to talk. They're the only guys that do it at iConnect.
Lolita Camet from Remax Diamond Realty, a friendly, hardworking, and passionate Remax professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military, and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Camet from Remax Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Seven 888-255-888-TALK. Some interesting conversation coming your way in just a few minutes. But right now, it's time to take a look at right now traffic. The traffic gizmo is online this morning, and there is going to be traffic at the intersections. Things are going to be moving much slower. Not only are you not going to be able to get your yard work done today, Joe Blas, might actually take you longer to get around town. And I'm looking up in the Didido area. It's a rash of red here on the traffic gizmo. Traffic in both directions up in Jigo by the Simon Sanchez and the schools up there. Watch traffic going slow in both directions. And then you've got traffic as you make your way into Ipao-Pao, Waisangsong. Very, very thick. And it's thick traffic, and it will continue to be thick right up until you get to Waisangsong. Here's the problem. In 10 minutes, by the time you get there, you will meet with traffic coming out of Waisangsong on the Marine Corps Drive. I'd pull over and find some coffee somewhere. Harmon Loop Road getting busy, and the other side of 27 Alpha also getting busy. As you're making your way up and down Machechi Road, look for some delays through there. All of Route 3 is ugly until you get to Marine Corps Drive. You'll get a little bit of a respite, but you're just going to join up with the Waisangsong traffic and the Route 3 traffic and everybody else that's on Marine Corps Drive. You think it might be better on some of the other roads? Not really. Route 16 busy from about Barragata Heights all the way over to Happy Mart. You make it through that intersection, fine. You're going to get stuck on the way into that one good intersection that takes you on to Tiedzin, and then it's stop and go because they keep putting traffic lights up on Route 8. Nobody is happy. The Route 8 has got. You cannot go any more than about a mile without hitting another traffic light. About a half mile from one to the other, and that's the case. And it affects traffic in both directions now. And some of you are going, "That's okay. I'll just jump into the McMobile, take Toto Cañada Loop, and then I'll head on to Roy T. Demion." Yeah, everybody else is doing that as well. So don't expect that there's going to be any relief for you going that way. So maybe you're thinking, well, I'll just stay on Route 16 and I'll go through Route 10. Route 10 gets busy at 10 and 15 because it's a Suki intersection. Then you've got all of the stuff by the schools. Then you got the traffic over by the old Alagarba store getting from 10 on to 4. Guess what you're meeting there? Zotnya people, is all the Southerners that are coming up Route 4. You're going to meet up with them, and you'll have a little bit of back and forth. This is just in Central and North. I haven't even gotten to the South yet. You can imagine what that's going to be like at Big Navy and Sumai and Polaris Point with the kind of rains that we've got out there. So be very careful and approach the intersections like there's zombies at them. 7:37. That's right now traffic on the point.
Hi, welcome to this ad for new Subway sliders, starting at $1.99 each. How do you want it?
Cheer squad. Woo! Go Subway sliders starting at $1.99 each. Woo! Give me a ham and jack slider.
Ham and jack slider.
Give me an Italian spice slider.
Italian spice slider.
What's that spell?
It doesn't really spell anything.
New Subway sliders starting at $1.99 each. Go sliders!
Subway, make it what you want.
What's going on? 738-888-8255-888-TALK. Who's playing around online? Let me see. I got all kinds of people. There's Rudy Magallanes is online. I think I got to go all the way to the top here. All kinds of new people that have jumped into the show. Charlie Laurent from GRMC. Chris Abalencia is online. So is Teddy up at the ranch. And Dave Torrey. What's Dave Torrey going gaga and moist? Yeah, you heard both of those words here on the program because that's really the only way to describe it. Mark Cruz saying the Cook Island girls were prettier than the Rapa Nui gals. This might be a good opportunity to show just how much we love and appreciate FestPac and the great exchange of cultures between us. Mark, if you have any pictures of the Cook Island girls or the Rapa Nui girls on your phone, do me a favor, send them to me on the points WhatsApp 988-5874. That's 988-5874. It's the same thing for everybody else.
Everyone's going gaga over the Rapa Nui guys too, and then I just happened to see them.
I don't need those pictures.
But I saw them up at I'm just going to tell you this, but I was up at the Dededo Flea Market when they were doing a performance one night because we were hosting that evening. Yeah. And I saw one of their little, they wear these
easy now, careful. What are you going with
type wrap, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. But anyway, it's kind of brown in the backside, and I was like, ew.
Some casino from Rapa Nui.
Yeah,
got
so
it.
I didn't write. It was over for Rapa Nui.
So if you've got any pictures of the hot Rapa Nui girls or the hot Cook Island girls, 988-5874, some of which the better ones will get on the radio. I got Melissa Salas Akimoto. I got to tell you, Melissa, I'm loving those beach pictures that you're putting up on Facebook. I mean, they're very atypical beach shots, and I love it when you include the sound. So keep putting those on your Facebook and in your stories. I got Maria Fergerger, who was talking about the 30,000 condoms that were apparently supplied to FestPac participants when they all came here on Guam, and she said, no, that's right up there with government priorities, birth control, STD prevention. It's important. Rudy Magallanes is there, my friend. Stephen Klein, Ty Fanak. Tim Lujan, Millie Lujan of Fison, Marie Pelkey, nice to see that name online. Love seeing this name. There's Lola Calvo, who's hanging out. Richard Fee asking for a phone update. I did give a phone update last hour. I'll try to summarize it this hour. I met up with several members of the Guam Police Department and the Southern Patrol guys at the Southern Precinct, and we actually went into the Gura area where there are known Pagatsao pirates down there. Knocked on several doors, and we've got a couple of interesting new leads that they are going to try to pursue. I've got a detective that's been assigned to the case because it does rise past petty theft. I mean, it's over a $1,200 phone. So there are some other people that are interested in it, but I don't have it yet. And my hope is that these guys, whoever is responsible for this crime, gets arrested. But even the cops that I talked to were holding out hope, saying, "Yeah, we might get a collar." I mean, you talk about the most optimistic guys in the world. They were already envisioning a collar last night. And one of the guys said, "Yeah, but I hope he does it. Whoever it is doesn't go to Sokola's courtroom." I mean, literally, without any prompting, just out loud, saying, "I hope it doesn't go off in that direction," because he's worried it'd get thrown out or it'd get played out or something like that. Joe Henson's there. I got Vince Duenas, Rose, and Bill Murphy. Hey, this is my favorite sergeant at arms from the old legislature days. Old Bill Murphy. Nice to see your name there. Richard Clark is online. Levon Guerrero Mano, Smug Wimp. Daryl Taggarty is hanging out, and Xavier Actalik. Xavier, did you decide that you're going to be running? Eric Mendel acknowledging Mana's frisky behavior, referring to her now as Cuxica Mana, because we were talking about visualization and how some people do it, and Mana chimes in and says, well, Will Castro's doing it. You just got to leave that one there, right? Lynn Gabriel, Ken LG, Charlie Hermosa from American President Lines is online right now. And Lasia Casil, who is currently residing over at the top of the food chain with the Agatnia Restoration and Redevelopment Council. And they got an oversight hearing at the legislature. And from what I am being told, and I'm not trying to blow any sunshine up your through here, sweetheart, is I am told that you went in front of easily the most hostile version of Kelly Marsh in the legislature that we've seen in a long time. Tell me the story.
Oh, I was a naughty girl, Ray.
You were a naughty girl.
Yeah, I was a bad girl. So I was, getting my licks.
Is that what it is?
Seems like it.
Yeah, tell me what was going on there last night. I mean, the oversight hearing, they were concerned in some of the write-up that I saw that there were FOIAs, there were requests for documentation and information that they didn't get, and they thought you were hiding something.
Well, no, I had submitted the request to my board to let my board decide, and my board had decided to postpone submitting the documents to them until they could get more information about what it is that they were giving them.
Mm-hmm.
And so initially they had just requested a few months' time, when the chair and I had met with the senator, and that wasn't sufficient enough for her. So here we are. And I handed over the documents to them yet.
Regardless of, by law, you say in this story that Nestor Lecanto wrote last night, working draft documents are exempt from FOIA requests, but you still handed them over to her.
Yes.
Even though you weren't required to, just I suppose in an attempt to shut her up.
Well, there's a next step after claiming exempt, and that the legislature can subpoena them,
mm-hmm.
and that overrides the exemption.
I see. Okay, so in light of that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were also complaints that she had about lack of transparency, no published board minutes that turned out not to be true.
Well, prior to me coming in there, there is a lack of board minutes. We couldn't find any of the audio, and so the governor tasked this board with basically starting from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
So we've had to take over, and it's a daunting task. And they've only met 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to bring 20-something years up to speed in 5 meetings, and take a grasp of all of that. It's been a challenge.
Yeah, I imagine. But since you have been there, you have been in compliance, open government, transparency, transcription of minutes that exist.
We have submitted all the audio recordings to OPA. The minutes have been submitted to the board. We're just waiting for edits. And then we'll transfer them over to the legislature.
Is that the regular repository for audio and transcriptions to go? Is it the OPA's place?
They do get a copy, yes.
Okay. All right. And,
yeah.
and so that's what. Now, was she just unaware of that?
No, she did acknowledge that we had submitted those. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now that this apparent miscommunication has been cleared, was there any other conversation substantive as to, some of the things that we can look forward to, residents, visitors, and business folks in the downtown Agatnia area can look forward to?
Well, this isn't going to happen overnight, Ray. This is a process. We have to approve the master plan, then it gets submitted to the governor, and then to the legislature. And that's something I wanted to bring up last night, but I wasn't really allowed to speak, was that the legislature gets the final word on all of this. They get to see everything in the end. So, they're the end-all, be-all. So there's nothing we can hide from them. The board approves it, then it gets submitted to the governor, and then it goes to the legislature for final approval. They have 47 days to look over everything. There's nothing we can hide.
There's a line here in the story. I think it's attributed to you by Nestor Lecanto. This project has been going on since 1997. It's been kicked around for over 2 decades, and there are a lot of private interests that would benefit from it not moving forward. And to re-centralize the government would affect a lot of the private landlords. Are we talking about the private landlords that are currently leasing to government of Guam agencies, entities, and departments that would be left holding the bag on retail property that they can't use anymore, or that they'd have to dump because the government's not there anymore? Are you getting any what's the word? Are you getting pushback like that, Lacia?
I'm hearing things, just rumors, nothing I can confirm. But there will be a surplus of office and retail space. Once we start to move these government agencies into these buildings that we plan to build. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen this year. But, over the next decade, there's going to be that surplus. Currently, the government's paying $12 million a year in rent to private landlords.
Mm-hmm. Well, they need to start buying property and developing it again, don't they? I'm just saying. I wouldn't be wild about seeing it, but then they'd have to do that with under the rules and regulations of the Redevelopment and Association, the Restoration and Redevelopment Authority would have to I suppose review their plans and their architecture and say this doesn't fit what our vision of Agana is going to be. Guys, better start working on that soon. What is the deal between you and Kelly? I've tried to figure that out, and I know that you and I have had private conversations between the two of us, and I just don't understand it. You'd think that everybody'd be pulling on the same rope to finally get something going in the downtown Agana area.
I don't know what you're talking about, Ray.
Okay. 7:49. Hug and a kiss. And talk to you later, Lacia. You have a great day.
Okay.
See you on trail. 10 away from the top of the hour. 888-825-5888-TALK. I guess then it wasn't as bad as they made it sound on Facebook. But I don't know.
Or it's bad and it's really not something that you discuss on the radio.
Guess not. Talk about it.
Could
She
be
works for the
either.
governor. If the governor doesn't like the job that she's doing, Lou would take action, right? 10 away. And a guy that has only recently been put in a position and found himself on the front page of the Guam Daily Post yesterday. Very close, very dear personal friend of mine, and former Senator Frank Ishizaki, now the head of the top of the food chain over at the Department of Corrections. Good morning, Senator.
Morning, Ray. How you doing?
You know what? I'm doing pretty good. Do you have a date for quiz night coming up?
I'm sure that's beyond my control. That's Mrs. Ishizaki.
Yeah, that's beyond both of our controls. Frank Ishizaki and I share some responsibilities for Habitat for Humanity's quiz night. I'm the quiz master, and occasionally there may be some kind of a protest. And if you want to protest your incorrect answer, you take a $20 bill to Frank Ishizaki, and he will determine whether or not you are correct or whether or not we've got to award you the points. And I think in the 20 years that I've been doing quiz night at Habitat for Humanity, I think we've had to return. We'd have to roll over a response maybe just once. Is that right?
Probably.
Yeah,
it's only $5. It's only $5.
Well, we need to make it $20. We got to send people to FestPac, for heaven's sakes. Anyway, the Department of Corrections in an interesting front page yesterday where you're talking about inhumane conditions, 690 plus clients there, and only 195 people to share the 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week shifts to keep an eye on them and take care of their safety, the administration of the properties, and whatever training and corrections that you're able to do out there with very, very limited resources. And I was surprised when you said that you were actually concerned that this could be cause for another consent decree over at the Department of Corrections. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about some of the things that you've found since you have taken over.
Well, overcrowding is a problem we've had, and overcrowding problems have been faced across the United States, and some states have had to let prisoners go. I don't think we want to do that prematurely, but it is a concern.
Overcrowding certainly one of them, but the situation, we've had an overcrowded prison for going back to when you were a senator at the legislature. We're starting to refer to those as the good old days of the legislature, by the way. But since there has always been talk about overcrowding at the Department of Corrections and the need for us to build a new correctional facility. Do you think maybe you've got a couple of plans in that direction?
Well, there's all kinds of plans we need to toss around, and I think as a community we should discuss them. We should discuss different options. And I get to current conditions, the way the laws are, the way prisoners are being sentenced, we need a bigger facility. We need more bed space. But there are other things we should talk about. There's some alternative options, and I think our senators and our taxpayers should keep an open-minded discussion and talk about other alternatives. Because at the end of the day, we just start worrying about how safe is Guam. And I was worried about the senators because they're trying to pass more punishment, more sanctions, more jail time, and there is no room at the end. And from their perspective, getting elected and reelected is, being tough on crime is a popular thing, but it's not practical because, if you're going to punish people and put them in prison longer, we need more bed space. We need a new prison.
Well, they certainly need to go in that direction. So, but I mean, I'm not going to say you're the expert, but you've been there before. You're there now. People are saying, I'm getting people on Facebook Live going, okay, well let's do a tent city while we can segregate as much as we can, and it is possible that there are some people that we can get rid of. That I know of, this administration has not continued the practice that Governor Eddie Calvo had of deportation of eligible criminals. Is it possible that you might be able to find some clients there that we could save some money on by deporting back to their home islands?
Well, the governor supports deportation, and I think we've already deported a couple federally through ICE. I think we've deported a couple of people already. So that's still in the. Well,
they certainly and based on my inquiries not that long ago, they were unaware of any deportations that had taken place under Governor Leon Guerrero's watch. So I'd like to see some documentation on that if it's available. Okay. But I'm sure that there are more than just a couple whose sentences we might commute in exchange for go home and never come back here again.
Sure. I mean, there are other things we need to toss around. But on deportation, not everybody who has a name from another destination is deportable for a couple of reasons. One is not every convict is deportable because there are federal standards for deportation. And the other thing is just because you have a name from somewhere else doesn't mean that you are a non-citizen.
No, I recognize that. But I'd certainly like to see more of that kind of thing taking place, if for no other reason. It saves us a couple of dollars that we can spend on treatment and other facility issues that you've got there. So if we're not going to do a lot of deportation, if we're not going to erect a tent city, what are some of the other options? I've been suggesting that maybe we take the Judicial Building Fund, because it's already built, I saw it, and take that fund and reappropriate those dollars to a Department of Corrections construction fund.
Oh, I welcome that, of course, but I think before you take over the Judicial Building Fund, you really have to talk to the judiciary, and they manage that fund very, very well. And I've dealt with the judiciary over the years.
Well, then let them manage the construction of the Department of Corrections. I'm just,
that's a different discussion.
Make it just as nice a facility for the prisoners as the judges have. I'm trying to think out of the box, because you're saying on one side, and this is the kind of debate we get into all the time between Frank and I, you're saying on one side that we can't handle stricter sentencing guidelines for the judges because there's no room at the inn, but I'm not hearing from anybody that is talking about a plan to build a new inn.
The discussions to build, we've always had those discussions, and we've all tossed around for years. Can the government afford to build a new prison? But there may be some other models, like an investor designing and building and leasing back to the government. Those ideas we've tossed around for years, and it is an option. But before we build a bigger prison with more bed space, we really should discuss other things because, you know, no matter how big a prison's going to be built, you know, if you keep passing tough sanctions with longer sentences, you're going to fill them up again. You follow? So what is the purpose of punishment?
Well, perhaps with some of the other pieces of legislation that have been introduced by the administration, we might be able to curb crime at the source so that there are less cases going through the judiciary and less opportunities for applying these stiffer sentences. You know, we can get better interdiction of the drugs, and maybe some counseling with young people that have got drug issues, migrants that come to Guam that don't know what it is to live around polite society. We've got to do more by way of training them so that they understand that you're not supposed to chase people with slingshots and machetes.
Well, I agree, Ray, but we can't control who comes here. I mean, Uncle Sam controls migration, and so what can we control? We can control how we enforce the laws. We can control how we punish criminals, but we got to remember that at the end of the day, when we punish people, we send them to prison. Most of them are going to be coming out again, and I think we need to be thinking about. Can we improve recidivism? Can we reduce it? And can we improve on preparing convicts for release? Because most of them are going to be released.
No, that's a fact, and there are people that I work with right now that have been through the criminal justice system, paid their dues, found the straight and narrow. You know, I used to work for Lee Holmes. I can't tell you how many ex-cons we used to have on the staff around there turned into the best and most loyal employees that Guam Cable TV and Western Systems ever had. So I mean, there are people that will recognize the trouble that they've been in and come back. I'm just looking for options here, Frank. I'm not hearing too many that we need to have this community conversation. Then somebody's got to start putting together, like we've got in your restoration committee. We've got to start putting together the Department of Corrections restoration. So we need newer, bigger facility. Okay, we need to do all kinds of other interdictions and prophylactic measures. So okay, let's do that too. But at the end of the day, the people of Guam are concerned that there is rampant and random crime, and the criminal justice system keeps letting them out.
Well, there are all kinds of reasons for those, but one of the things that's missing. I mean, I only got 5 parole officers. Okay, our parolee population has grown significantly since the last time I was at corrections, and so if we don't have enough parole officers, we don't do the bed checks. You follow? So I'm in the process right now. We're hiring 2 more, but 2 more is not enough. We need to hire maybe 10 more parole officers.
Right.
And the reason is when we grant parole, we want those parolees to be successful. And if we don't check on them, they're like wayward children. Remember, some of us have wayward children.
Yeah, there's a story in a newspaper this morning about somebody's one of these wayward children that messed up, failed his drug tests, and it pled guilty, but has been bounced back into the civilian population while he awaits his sentencing on April the 2nd. That's a baffler, if you ask me. Hey, we'll talk about this some more, Frank. I appreciate the opportunity. Frank Ishizaki also invited me to broadcast from the Department of Corrections, but the infrastructure of the program kind of prevents me moving around like that. I'd love to be able to do this on video as well. So it's something that I've got to really put some thought into. But I'd love the opportunity down the road. I appreciate your time, Frank. I'll see you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. Busy guy. Got to go back to DepCorps and ride herd on guys that are working 16, 18-hour days waiting for their replacement to come. And it's 8 o'clock in the morning. This is The Point.
Day-long debate on rules for an impeachment trial. Elisa Brady. Arguments both for and against the proposed rules don't seem nearly over yet. Fox's Jared Halpern is live on Capitol Hill.
Senators are considering questions about subpoenas as House managers led by California Democrat Adam Schiff urge support of amendments to subpoena a wider range of White House and State Department documents about Ukraine.
Not once during the House investigation did they ever say that a single document was privileged or a single witness had something privileged to say.
A Republican-backed resolution authored by Majority Leader Mitch McConnell would delay questions about new documents and witnesses until after opening arguments and questions from senators.
Nobody will dictate Senate procedure to United States senators.
A revised resolution from McConnell would give both sides an additional day, as many as 3, to complete opening arguments. Lisa.
Meantime, Jared, President Trump in and out of meetings all day in Switzerland, attending the World Economic Forum, at one point tweeting, read the transcripts, also calling impeachment a witch hunt again. But he's focusing on other issues, including trade, and he's not ruling out tariffs on auto imports from Europe.
If we're unable to make a deal, we will have to do something, because we've been treated very badly as a country for many, many years on trade.
Meantime, the Commerce Department says it will not turn over to Congress a report on national security risks that may be posed by imported autos and parts, arguing it could interfere with ongoing negotiations. Honda just announcing it's recalling more than 2 million vehicles in the U.S. tied to a new Takata defect. This after years of recalls over Takata airbag inflators. The new coronavirus that has sickened hundreds in Asia is now in the U.S., a case confirmed in Washington state, someone who had recently traveled to Wuhan, China. Screenings of passengers from China are being expanded to 5 U.S. airports. America's listening to Fox News.
Cocoa Coffee Company is now available at Circle K. Single origin coffee beans carefully sourced and locally roasted to give you the freshest cup of coffee Guam has to offer. Grab a cup that's brewed every 30 minutes or purchase a bag of the locally roasted whole beans. Flavors now serving: light medium roasted Ethiopia and medium dark roasted Jamaican Blue Mountain. Exclusively available at Circle K. With every Cocoa Coffee Company purchase, a portion of the proceeds will go towards the Cocoa Recovery Program.
Yikes, are those Christmas bills coming in already? Those high-interest credit cards at 16, 18, even 24%? Well, we have a New Year's solution for you. A Bank Pacific personal loan with rates as low as 4.65% to pay off those expensive credit cards. It's easy, it's fast, and it's as low as 4.65% APR.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal credit opportunity lender as low as 4.65%. Conditions apply.
Federal prosecutors say members of a white supremacist group were hoping to start a civil war at yesterday's gun rights rally in Virginia. Thousands turned out at the Capitol in Richmond to voice opposition to the gun control efforts of the new Democrat majority in the legislature. But it was a peaceful event. Days before, several accused white supremacists had been arrested on unrelated charges, including a former Canadian Armed Forces member. In a court filing today, federal prosecutors say he also made videotaped statements about killing people, poisoning water supplies, and derailing trains. Britain's Prince Harry is now in Canada, reuniting with wife Meghan and son Archie on Vancouver Island after the decision to step back from royal duties.
Harry has also taken a dig at the media, calling them a powerful force that he hoped to overcome. And already there have been security and privacy concerns. Harry and Meghan issuing a legal warning to the press today after photographs were published in newspapers and on websites. Lawyers for the couple say the photos show the Duchess walking her dogs and carrying her son, and that they were taken by photographers hiding in bushes and spying on her. They say she didn't consent, and they accuse the photographers of harassment.
Fox's Benjamin Hall. Singer Ozzy Osbourne confirms he has Parkinson's disease, appearing with wife and manager Sharon on ABC's Good Morning America. Fox's Michelle Polino.
He first found out following tests that he had after he suffered a nasty fall off the stage during a concert at the Forum.
I found out that I have a mild form of
It's Parkin 2.
Osbourne went on to say it does affect the nerves in his system. One day he could be fine. The next, his entire body could be in pain. He had to cancel his tour last October due to health problems.
Rescheduled dates had been announced for later this year. And Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Live the balanced lifestyle. Take Care Insurance offers proven wellness and fitness programs to encourage individuals and families to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle through preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing and unwinding, and being socially connected. They have the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs for all ages. Join the movement. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram or visit takecareasia.com to learn more.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Half a day. Good morning. It's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Governor Lulian Guerrero took swift action on a bill that was passed in a special session this weekend, vetoing Bill 259, which was initially aimed at giving Jutnya residents a path to recall their jailed mayor. The bill, however, was completely transformed during the session. Bill 259 becoming more of a mayoral succession bill, and the provision that would have called for a recall election was done away with. It ended up giving village municipal planning councils authority to appoint an acting mayor if mayor is unable to perform his or her duties for more than 30 days. The governor, similar to the advice of the Legislative Legal Counsel, stated that the bill encroaches on the executive authority. That authority is to appoint and remove officers and employees of the executive branch. Mayors are generally understood to fall under the executive branch. The governor did suggest that senators reenact an old law that would allow the governor to appoint a mayor. In fact, she sent down a draft piece of legislation that would address the lack of a mayor in any respective village. Meanwhile, Jutnya Mayor Jesse Bloss remains behind bars, leaving his village without a mayor. He faces charges of bribery related to an alleged drug activity that took place in Jutnya. Because of current law, he has remained in office, even though he is incarcerated, and he refuses to step down. An autopsy report on a man and woman who were pulled from one of the lakes at the Guam International Country Club recently stated that they both drowned. According to the Guam Police Department, the cause of death is due to asphyxiation. Police believe it was an accident. It is still not clear how the pair ended up in the lake. They had registered as guests at the golf course hours before their bodies were discovered. The pair were from Japan. A 57-year-old woman died from injuries that she sustained when she was struck by a car in Manilao on Monday night. Police spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau says that the woman and a 59-year-old man were crossing the street by the mobile gas station when they were struck by a sedan. The front windshield of the sedan was seen with considerable damage from the impact. Police will determine if speed and alcohol or drugs were factors in the crash. We'll have more news right after this.
Mezcla Tomorrow Fusion Bistro in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon is now introducing an at-table all-you-can-eat breakfast menu from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. every Saturday and 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday. Enjoy some quality time with your friends and family with some of your favorite local cuisine, from their waffle, hotcakes, and French toast station to their eggs and omelet station and a variety of scrumptious desserts. Weekends at Mezcla Bistro in the Grand Plaza Hotel just got hotter. New year, new menu. Call 969-2652 for reservations. Some restrictions apply.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Former Department of Corrections officer Jerome St. Nicholas has pleaded guilty to charges related to his participation in a major prison contraband scheme. St. Nicholas, who has spent the past several days in prison after he failed his third drug test for using meth, admitted to the charge of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. He faces up to 6 months in prison. His sentencing is scheduled for April 2nd. St. Nicholas was released from prison. As he awaits his sentencing, he'll be undergoing drug treatment. The former corrections guard was among a dozen others charged in connection to a scheme that involved the smuggling of drugs and other contraband into DOC in 2017. He had previously been convicted of molesting a 15-year-old girl and receiving a 6-month sentence. He is currently appealing that conviction. Over 20 Department of Youth Affairs service workers showed up in uniform to show their support for a bill that aims to provide $280,000 in funding for training and another bill that would bring parity for youth service workers. Bill 244 seeks to appropriate $200,000 from the unappropriated general fund balance from fiscal year 2019 to DYA for the reclassification of youth service workers to youth correction officers. This is a funding source that the governor had said that can't be used because of the fiscal year 2019 surplus will be used to pay down the deficit. Senator Amanda Shelton said Bill 244 seeks to put the youth corrections officers on the same level playing field as other law enforcement officers. Youth service workers strongly advocated for the bill's passage during the public hearing, saying that the legislation would fix a decades-old problem. The filtration system at the Agania Pool has been operating at less than 20% since October of last year. According to the facility's maintenance contractor, Canton Construction, the filtration system is actually not functioning, and 3 of the 4 filters are inoperable, and the 4th has crystallized sand inside, resulting in no circulation of the water. The cost of the repairs will be $200,000, and it could take 3 to 4 months. Guam EPA last week took a sample of the water at the pool and determined that the chlorine levels were nearly 3 times higher than acceptable levels. The pool also tested positive for coliform, which is a common bacteria found in feces. The poll has since been closed since the results were released on Friday. And those are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Here now is Ray with your weather.
It's going to be one of those days, mostly cloudy skies, breezy with scattered showers. How breezy? Winds out of the northeast, 15 up to 25 miles an hour, possibly gusting to 35 miles an hour, decreasing later on to 10 to 20 miles an hour after the sunset. We've got that scheduled for 6:16, sunrise this morning, 6:48, about the same time tomorrow. And what have we got? Daytime highs, not going to be too warm today. Maybe 85, overnight lows cooler, 75, 76 degrees, 8:12 in the morning. Oh, if you're heading near the waters, there's a high surf advisory in effect until 6 today on the eastern side. High risk of rip currents through Sunday night along north and east facing reefs. People in the hotel business, do me a favor and make sure that there's a note going out to all of your customers that says they need to be careful if they're going to be venturing into the north and east facing reefs. Maybe not the ones right next to the hotel, but you know, more and more of these people are starting to drive these days. 8:13, Michael Knight's going to take a look at the weather radar, give you an idea of how bad it's going to be for second string traffic. Go.
Yeah, and I really think with all the clouds and moisture, I think 85 is pretty optimistic.
Yeah.
I think if we get to 82 today, it'll be about right. Looking at showers rolling through right now, these kind of popped up out of nowhere, and we'll go back to what I talked about in the first forecast this morning. The sun is coming up now, so it's heating up these clouds as they move over the cooler air at the surface, and now we're getting more showers. This is the kind of thing we'll probably see for the rest of the day today. That's what they're forecasting, and along with that, those nice fresh breezes. Hitting the satellite real quick here, we just see a lot of stuff surging down from the north. I've still got that up to the north.
Yeah,
of
I
us.
see that.
In the visual there, Guam is at the very bottom of the screen, but you can see that's northerly push of that air. And again, the Weather Service talking about maybe 2 or 3 shear lines moving through over the next 7 days or so. 'Tis the season, so get out there and enjoy it. This will probably be our best weather of the year, and especially if you're a duck.
Exactly. 8:13 in the morning. Be prepared for it. Rainbows and rainbows, rain slicks, and that kind of thing need to be on the use today. 8:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together right here on The Point.
We understand what matters to you because at Docomo Pacific, we're a family too. With the Now Family program, mom, dad, and kids stay connected on the latest devices the whole family can enjoy. For just $155 a month, get 3 lines with 30 gigs of 4G LTE data each, and endless use of your favorite apps without affecting your monthly data bucket. Add more, get more, save more. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
8:14 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by American President Lines, APL. This has got global presence with a local home take care with their proven wellness and fitness programs that encourage you and your family to live a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Preventative care, being active, eating right, relaxing, unwinding, and being socially connected. And if you're the right person, maybe a trip off to places like, I don't know, Festpac. You just never know. And if you need to save money for your Festpac trip, swing by the nearest Wendy's. They've got the 4 for $4 deal. How's this work? You know, the basis of it now is chicken nuggets and fries and a drink. Those are 3 of the 4 items. What's the 4th? Well, you know, choice is everything, right? So you get double stack or junior cheeseburger or chicken sandwich or a junior bacon cheeseburger.
That's
you
the one
decide.
I'm getting.
That's
That
good. You know
bacon.
why? Because it has bacon in it.
Yeah.
This is a hands-down decision. But the choice is still important. It's nice, but not everybody wants to eat the bacon every day.
And when you order,
They
you
need
can
help.
say JBC because the kids go up and you will say, oh, I want a JBC. I'm like, what's a JBC?
They know that? Junior
Bacon Cheeseburger. Yes.
Kids. Pretty soon they won't need a language anymore, just acronyms.
It's true.
I just want to go back to this cursing you just did, saying that everyone doesn't want bacon every day.
Well, I know. I just the ones that don't need help. That's all I'm saying. It's 8:15 in the morning. That's I got to take a break. Be right back.
The Ray
Well, that was the
Gibson
break.
Show.
Okay.
Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Didn't she run for office last time? Michelle Hope Taitano is celebrating a birthday today.
Yes, she sure did.
And
Happy birthday.
And Suzanne Cison and Christy Rapontis from the class of 1980 are celebrating their birthdays today. I know because Hollywood called it in on behalf of the class. And while he was on the phone, I asked him to get a hold of their class of 80 people so that they could get a hold of me and other class of 80 people that I'm talking to.
This is a big year for you guys.
It's our 40th anniversary.
That's awesome. You all still look very young.
Okay, boy, that's nice. So anyway, our 40th anniversary is coming. So, but what I want to have a class of 80, like a consolidated get together. I want to get all the different high schools together and do it, and we'll just have a nice time at a venue, and we'll drink like we still remember.
Drink like you did 40 years ago.
Yeah. Because we were just experimenting with drugs and alcohol back then. Some people have gotten really, really good at it, and I'm kind of curious to see how they're doing these days, if any of them might still be alive. So it's a class of 80 people. Find me on Facebook, DM me, and we'll see if we can do one of those big kind of get-togethers. We'll theme it out or something like that. Make it kind of I don't know what kind of theme it would be. It seems like all of our heroes from those days are either dead or have been blemished tarred by their humanity. 8:17 in the morning. I got stuff beeping all over the place, making me kind of crazy. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number around here, and you can use that if you want to get a hold of me. I'm expecting a call from my friend Torgan as we pretend to talk about sports. And I'll tell you there's the thing. We have to have some of that going. Here's the problem is now that the football thing is just about over. We got the Niners taking on the Chiefs in the Super Bowl that's going to be coming up in a couple of weeks. That has been determined now. There really isn't all that much else for us to be going on about in terms of sports. So we're scrounging around to go and find the good stuff. And I found some good stuff. It's a great story. We had Torgan on the line last week talking about some of the early get-togethers of the Guam National Tennis Federation. They've got a brand new tennis facility. It's absolutely gorgeous. Young Mason went there while he was in town and reported that it's like stateside. It's like playing tennis on great tennis courts in the States at the new Guam National Tennis Sports Complex that you've got up in Dededo. Good morning, Torgan.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
Always fun to talk to you, buddy. The Guam National Tennis Center has a community tennis carnival coming up this weekend. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so this is our first GNTF event that we've had an open house for people to come and try out the courts to try to play, just to actually try to get them to become members.
A little bit of a membership drive. Every day is membership drive day for the GNTF.
Yeah, it is. Now it is. So we have this event will be a kickoff of just invite everybody out to have actually an event where we're making it into a carnival where we have about 3 hours of kids stuff, and then because we have 4 courts that are dedicated for under 12, so they're 4 like miniature courts. So we'll have some kids games and things for any kid, like from 5 to any age above 5. I think they can hold a racket and we can play some games with them.
Gotcha. The 10 courts of tennis drills and games, according to the write-up, the Fast Four mixed doubles tournament, and prizes for the fastest serve, and hitting your target and beating the pro court. What pros have you lined up to play against some of the guys coming in. That's not an everyday occurrence. Now, and Torgan and I played tennis when we were little kids, and there were guys that were playing on the courts. They were like really, really good. And every once in a while we'd say, "Hey, can we hit with you?" And the answer was, "What are you, crazy? Get out of here, kid. Get out of here. Go shag the balls. Go squeegee the court. Do something productive with your life." At any rate, so an opportunity to play and hit with pros, right?
Yeah, so it'll be some of our top players. We have a new coach coming in who was the #1 player at the University of Hawaii for 4 years, and she went on to the NCAA Division I Nationals, which is the first female to do that at UH. So she'll be coming in Friday or Thursday night. So she'll be one of the pros, and then the other pros will be just our local guys who are top players that people will have a chance to come on and play some competitive points or just have a hit with them.
So this is all day. Yeah, this is going to be an all-day thing. So the Youth Tennis Carnival starts at 1, goes until 4, and then the Fast Four tournament, skill challenges, things like that, go from then until about 8 o'clock at night. So this, as are the most fun tennis events, this is something. Bring your coolers, bring your chairs, and be prepared to have some fun. Now the ad also has pictures of hot dogs and popcorn. Is that true, or is that just embellishment? Will there be popcorn and hot dogs at the tennis court?
I know there will be hot dogs and snow cones. Coach Joe, I think, is going to bring his popcorn machine. And did I say hot dogs? Popcorn and snow cones. And then hot dogs, I'm not sure, but easy enough to get some hot dogs.
Yeah, it's Guam. There's a cost-you list right down the street, so you should be able to get your hands on some hot dogs and buns and things like that.
We'll get them one.
Does any of this cost anything? Can I just show up in my tennis shorts and my Dunhill tennis shorts and that kind of thing? And
yeah, no, it's all free. This is still part of our membership drive and just a kickoff of the new courts, and come out and enjoy the day. Introduce the kids to tennis. The kids court for the under 12s is free all the time for under 12s.
Right.
We have junior memberships, annual memberships for $50 for the year. So under 18 and under can play for free all the time. After they pay the $50, it's free after you pay $50. But that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah. Well, you get to the rate card a little bit later on when you get out there. So starting at 1, going until 8 o'clock on Saturday the 25th over at the new community tennis courts that they've got, the Guam National Tennis Center up in Dededo. Torg, I got to run. I got a bigger name online too. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for calling, Ray.
Oh, no, it's always fun. 8:23 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. And this is kind of interesting. I tried to get in as much hiking as possible, and me and some friends were actually thinking about going and checking this particular spot on the rock out not that long ago. It is the Fuha Monument. There's a great, what's the word I'm looking for, origin story about the people of Guam, the culture, the civilization out there. Vanessa's story's on the line. Good morning, Vanessa. How you doing?
Buenas and half a day.
Always fun talking with you. We're going hiking soon, huh? This weekend?
This Marcia, I hope so. I'd like to spread the word, if I may.
Go ahead, yes.
Fantastic. So there is a Lukau Fuha Halecta hike put on by Independent Guahan this Saturday, January 25th. Yes, so showtime is at 8 a.m. and go time is at 8:30 a.m. Parking along the GPA substation, Route 2 in Umatak there. Also, a couple of
get there early. You need to snag good parking because there's not a lot of parking by the GPA substation. I've passed by. Somebody's even tried to park their car next to that utility pole. It's all Majulang down there. So
right. So of course it's we're not trying to. We just want to make sure it's safe, of course. So yes, definitely give yourself some time to get there. Yeah, parking as well. Again, and also a couple of notes, regarding what to wear. Possibly bring some long sleeve hat, shoes with traction, depending on the weather too as well. I'm not really sure what's going on with the weather, but if there has to be any type of rescheduling, then Independent Guahan will put that out, I'm sure. But yes, so it's it's free, and also we will be picking up trash on the way out. So por favor, if anybody can bring a trash bag per individual, that'd be fantastic.
Well, I'm digging some of the stuff. I mean, it's not just an ordinary hike, and you gotta understand now. It's not that easy to get some of the access. I mean, getting down there will require you to go through a little bit of a public property, and then it's a hike down to the actual rocks. But boy, I'd do a little bit more if I was down there. If there was a way that you could go from there over to the remains of the other fort in Umatic. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I think maybe that another time, this one just kind of getting started for the lunar year calendar.
Gotcha.
So Luka Puha. And also offering, if anybody cares to bring offering for sure.
Right.
I feel there's a flyer out there. So anybody can take a look on Independent Guahan social media platforms, Facebook, and as well as the Instagram would be fantastic.
Well, that's where I found mine on Instagram. But so we'll talk about this. Some of the sacred offerings, if you can, uncooked rice, betel nut, and if you bring the betel nut, trust me, I will accept the offering on behalf of our ancestors. my preference is blood red ugam. If you can get the one that makes my ears hot, that's the one I'm looking for.
Perfect.
Right.
I prefer Papulu itself. That's my favorite.
Never had that poison all by itself.
Any and all offerings is I'm sure greatly appreciated. So if Papulu even or anything. I brought some oregano and some basil just because I'm growing, so I feel as an offering. So it's from the heart, right? Put it on. So,
well, I'm in love with this. I don't know that I'd be able to make it. I got a couple of things going that morning. You're in competition with Kick the Fad and that deal over at Torgan's place that we were just talking about. But this is going to be. I think this is going to be great for those of you that have reawoken yourself to some of the culture, want to learn a little bit of the language and a little bit about, as I said, the origin story of Guam. That's the place right down there. You're even offering an opportunity. Bring seeds. I mean, if you're trying to grow something, bring the seeds. And there's a certain amount of spirit energy that comes from the place that might give these seeds everything that they need to become outstanding plants.
Senor Gibson, I greatly appreciate it.
All right, so I'll talk to you pretty soon, Vanessa. If you want details, like she said, they're all over Instagram and Facebook. Oh, go and enjoy the hike. It's 8:27 in the morning. We were able to scrounge up some local sports. My buddy Michael Knight will tell you those stories.
Yeah, from J. Leon Guerrero at GSPN. The Harvest Eagles took a double-digit lead early and never looked back to defeat the visiting Indy Royals 66-36 in the IIAG Boys Basketball League. Jan Gonzalez came off the bench and led the Eagles in scoring with 15 big points to help Harvest improve to 2-1 overall and 1-1. The Royals are 0-3 overall and 0-2 in the IIAG League. Wendy's players of the games are Jan Gonzalez and Joe Henderson. In the junior varsity game, Indy got their first win of the season with a 36-29 victory over the Eagles. Dylan Santiago led the Royals with 16 points. Wes Keith had 14 points for Harvest. The Royal JV squad improved to 1-2 for the season.
And I think that's all the sports. There might be a little bit more. Hold on. There's usually some notes here. Tennis Carnival, no, doggone it. I think that might be it. Other than there's a couple of interesting stories back at the PDN talking about Rotary meeting that Terry DeBold showed up to talk about the exit from the IIAG that the guys over at where is it? The Department of Education did, because they got their own. And then Guam's first professional cycling team. There's a story from David Macaluso on the back page of the Guam Daily Post, and it looks like we've got a number of the usual suspects. Dangerous Dan Aponic and Guillaume Suila, Simeon Green, Sim Green, Derek Horton, and Peter Lombard. Anybody knows that Peter Lombard guy? This ultra human. I don't know what it was. Megale Boys or something like that. He's like designed and constructed to be exactly what he is. And he's, like Uber at everything. But I think cycling is his favorite deal. So if you want to know a little bit more about that, then pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. 8:29 in the morning. I think that's all the time I got to pretend to talk about sports. Got some other stuff to talk about and some other topics. One of the big sports topics now, the guys in the Swimming Federation are saying nobody is going to Tokyo to represent Guam in swimming because our swimming pool has sucked. We haven't been able to do any real training.
Because there's poo in the pool.
Because there's poo in the pool.
Literally.
And then there was a long time where the nothing moving through the filters, so the filtering medium has gone south on them. And now in addition to the $500,000 that they had to pay in back water bills to the Guam Waterworks Authority, now they've got to pay a couple $100,000 to apparently replace all of their filtration stuff. Richard Devana spoke to some members of the media yesterday, and I think we've got him lined up to talk to us this morning.
Yeah, and the question that came to my mind when I was reading the story was, you've got these coaches that were saying, we had kids in the pool and we couldn't see them swimming. Why did you put them in the pool? I mean, I would have said, practice is canceled today.
Practice canceled. I don't,
I don't know.
Leave that up to the coaches. As far as I know, there might be a couple of ear infections going around. Like I said, I'm more afraid of falling into the Agana swimming pool than I am of getting this coronavirus that everybody's talking about. So it's one of those things. It's just another example. The last time we were talking about swimming pools that have gone south, anybody remember? And it would, my God, I wonder what the current condition is like over at the swimming pool at Southern High School.
Oh, wow.
Do you remember there was a time at Southern High they were talking about fixing everything and getting it back in shape? And I want to say they actually found the funds to do it, or maybe I dreamt it, but for a long time. And when they opened up that school...
I completely forgot about that,
When they opened up that school, man, they were talking about state-of-the-art facility, state-of-the-art educational facility. We've got a great swimming pool that the people from all over the island are going to be able to come down and use. I think that it probably got used exactly once in the entire history of the Southern... And then you got the what was it, the Fine Arts Auditorium that they put together, which when I'd actually hosted a couple of events in there, and it was, when it was brand new, state of the art, and there were guys there that were extremely protective of it. There was a guy who wouldn't let you on his stage with shoes.
Wow.
You had to take your shoes off and you had to wear socks because you wanted to protect the wood. And then he retired from the Department of Education. The next guy that went in there didn't care about the facility, didn't have the resources to take care of it, and the termites ate it. And then they had to go in there and rebuild that once upon a time, and that was a couple of years ago, and maybe an administration and a half ago. So I wonder what its current condition is like. 8:31 in the morning, and you know what the problem is? I wonder these things out loud, and then we read about them in somebody else's media tomorrow. I know. I appreciate you listening. It's 8:32 in the morning, and that's all the time we got to pretend to talk about sports. Mana's got her last look at headlines next.
People come to Chili's for a million reasons. For happy hour, date night, birthdays, or just because it's Tuesday. But if you ask us what brings people into our restaurants time and time again, is that Chili's moment. You know the one. When you eat so much you want to fall asleep at the table, or when you meet up with good friends and it turns into a party. At Chili's, moments like these matter, and we want to make more of them. So there may be a million reasons to Chili's, but all you really need is one. Chili's. Savor the moment in our new location in the Tumon Sands Plaza, 2nd floor.
Sometimes in the course of editing a story, sometimes you got to take out the fun stuff and go with just the facts, ma'am. Nothing but the facts. Joaquina Elaine Cepeda Cabrera was busted over at Tiffany and Tea Galleria for trying to stuff quilted Montclair pouch bag into her black bag before walking out from the store without paying for it. This bag is worth $535. You may want to riff on how anything. The bag could be worth any more than about $100. $535 worth of bag, but some people pay for it, and that's completely up to them. The value of the stolen bag, $535. They got a call from the loss prevention officer stating they had a sighting of the defendant. Officers arrived and met with Kina Cabrera. Officers attempted to place the defendant in handcuffs, and she attempted to pull away after several instructions to relax her arms and stop pulling away. Hey, lucky you didn't get a punch in the gut. The defendant spontaneously uttered, "I'm sorry, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it."
Oh, wow.
Yeah. All of a sudden, she had the money to pay for a $535 Montclair bag from the fancy stores down in Tumon. But see, that's the part that I don't think we get in any of the stories where she said, "I'm sorry, I'll pay for it." I think that's the critical moment. And what should have been done? Should the police have said, "Okay, let's go inside. You can pay for it."
I never really worked in retail except for when we were at Grandma's store and stuff.
Yep.
But as a store worker, what do you do? Do you watch particular individuals when they walk in? If they're dressed a certain way, do you profile people, or do you just watch everybody?
Oh, Boy, don't get in that conversation in the States. Don't say, any kind of profiling based on their clothes, their attitudes, the skin color, that kind of thing. Forget it. That's the start of another race war.
Yeah. But I just wonder.
The answer is yes. I'd worked in retail at the store. I'd worked in retail at a couple of other places, and we were flat told by the owner, you see guys looking like this come in? If they look like they should be shopping at the other store, then watch them like a hawk, because they're in here to shoplift. But actually, his bigger problems weren't necessarily shoplifting from customers, but it was pilfering from actual employees who knew 100 different ways to take some nice clothes, put them in a bag, disguise the bag as trash, empty the trash during the day, come back later on, fish it out at night. 8:35 in the morning. Yeah, well, that's why in most places where you go, there are more cameras on the cash register than there are anywhere else, because that's where the employees can exercise their sticky fingers. Anyway, it's 8:35 and time for our last look at headlines. Now with news from the Guam Daily Post, here's Montesilva Tyron.
Well, Governor Leon Guerrero hopes to hear from the U.S. Department of Treasury today on the status of her Memorandum of Understanding that would allow for payments for war reparations using local funds. The MOU is part of the recently signed law that allows for the local funds to be used to pay the war claims. The governor had stated that she hopes to issue the first check by the end of the month. The governor has vetoed a bill that would allow the municipal planning councils to appoint an acting village mayor when one is needed. The Legislative Legal Counsel said that the bill was inorganic, and the governor agreed, this placing the village of Jotnya back at square one with the village without a leader, at least while Mayor Jesse Bloss remains behind bars. A woman struck by a car on Monday night in Manila has died. That woman was crossing the street with a man by the mobile when they were struck by a car. Police are looking at whether speed or alcohol were factors in that crash. That area is one that is a site for frequent auto pedestrian accidents. And those are some of your top stories from the Guam Daily Post. For more on these stories, pick up a copy of the paper, log on to the website at postguam.com.
I'll do it just because you said so. It's 8:36, and that's iConnect time. Swing by there and ask them about how they might be able to save you some money. They got all these different plans: mobile, internet, push-to-talk. Some of them include phones. Some of them might include free phones. So check them out today at iConnect.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo, 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Is it time to take a look at the traffic gizmo? No, not quite. Swing by a Wendy's and enjoy some fantastic food that they've got there over at the Wendy's place. 4 for $4, definitely. And so they've got 3 different items that to create the foundation of it. But then you got to decide what kind of sandwich you're going to get with it. Double stack, junior cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, or the junior bacon cheeseburger. Or as Mona says, the girls call it a JBC. Wendy's 4 for $4. Great deal at Wendy's.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
I see you there. It's 8:38 and time for our last look at right now traffic here. What have we got by way of roadways? It's probably not going to be any good right now, and that's because it's been raining a whole lot and a lot more traffic on the roadways from people delaying getting on the roads. But you got to get out there sometime. Still a little bit of traffic way north on Route 3. Traffic has subsided for the most part at the intersection of 1 and 3. Still might see some traffic over on 10 Alpha right in front of the Guam International Airport. A couple of intersections in the front and in the back. Those are moving rather slow, very slow getting onto Marine Corps Drive from the airport area. You're seeing the same thing happening on 8, 10, and 16. Busy south into that intersection and busy north into the intersection. Don't know why. Don't see any accidents. Not hearing about any accidents. If you got something, you hit me up on the digits. Hit my digits and let me know. Route 4 into the downtown Agutya area. Still busy at the intersection of 4 and 15. Still busy at the intersections rolling into Sinahanya and then down into the Agutya area. Around Navy Hospital, busy. Adelup is busy. Looking at the Kipua intersection in Agutya, it's busy, mostly southbound. And then southbound traffic in front of Big Navy and Sumai as well. It's 8:39. That's right now traffic. This is The Point.
Hi, welcome to this ad for new Subway sliders, starting at $1.99 each. How do you want it? Cheer Squad. Woo! Go Subway sliders starting at $1.99 each. Woo! Give me a ham and jack slider.
Ham and jack slider.
Give me an Italian spice slider.
Italian spice slider.
What's that spell?
It doesn't really spell anything.
New Subway sliders starting at $1.99 each. Go sliders!
Subway, make it what you want.
Yes. Dave Torrey the other day in Facebook Live said it's Girl Scout cookie season. I think that's a misnomer. You know why? Because I don't know about you, Pam. They're not really made out of Girl Scouts.
Right.
What's
okay,
up?
You want the schedule?
Do you have a schedule for Girl Scout
Yes.
cookies?
Yeah, my granddaughter's going to be selling.
Well, then her Uncle Ray is going to be buying.
Okay, Saturday the 25th at GPO from 10 to 12, and then Kmart Saturday, February 2nd from 10 to 12, and then February 8th again at Kmart 10 to 12.
Wait. So the 2nd and the 8th, 10 to 12?
Yes, at Kmart.
At the Kmart locations.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so what you do here is you sell them over at the GPO right next to like the Nike store, so that people can they get their Girl Scout cookies and then they go to the Nike store and get some workout clothes so they don't have to feel so guilty. Right.
Right.
I got that.
Already got mine, so.
Now the pre-ordering time is done, so this is the retail part, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
So is there any idea how much folding money I should bring?
Depends on your belly, how much you want to give away to everybody.
Yeah, but how much is it
for your sister?
I don't want to give anything to anybody. When I get, I'm going to go. I'll tell you what. This is the order. I'm going to go in and get 2 or 3 boxes of Thin Mints. That's it. And then
Okay,
so that's
for
what
$15.
I'm keeping it. So $15.
And then donate something to the Girl Scouts. That'll make you feel better.
I'm donating airtime to them right now.
All right.
There you go. Hey, give me a ring back on that as we get closer to Friday, and so we can plug it up. You know how Friday is no frowny face day, right? That is a great excuse not to have a frowny face, is to go and buy yourself some Girl Scout cookies.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Treat yourself.
I will. I'll talk to you, Pam. I'll see you sometime soon.
Okay, love you. Bye.
Love you back. 8:42 in the morning. 888-8255. 888-TALK. And a note on Facebook Live from at least one of the listeners that wants this guy to run for office real bad. In fact, there were a lot of people talking about doing it not that long ago, but there were some other reasons why he was unable to do it. Daryl Taggarty writing online today: corrections/rehabilitation, public land use, school buildings, hospitals, highways, tourism, solid waste, even community policing, FESPAC funding, tax collections, and the list goes on and on. Yes, Agutnia revitalization and GPA capacity should be examples of how to get work done. No apparent planning or projections at the line agencies, Adelup, or legislature to fund the Gov Guam of tomorrow. We need real leaders to visualize that future, incumbents to do the job today. If they want to wait until their reelection is secured, their current inaction should be a campaign fact against them. And I'm serious. Friday's pickup packet day, and I'm going to encourage. I'm going, and I'm going to encourage all kinds of people, including Daryl Taggarty, to go and pick up a candidate packet from over at the Guam Election Commission to deal with exactly that, and not necessarily to run. And we shouldn't have to run against incumbents. We shouldn't have to run against incumbents, but you think about the current batch of incumbents, and with only a couple of exceptions, the rest of them have proven to be the worst legislature, I think, in the history of the island, certainly the daffiest, and certainly the one that places a deaf ear against this community on a regular basis. On a regular basis. It is as though they don't live on the same planet. You know what they need to do, Daryl? What some of these guys need to do? They need to go on a ride-along like I did. I rode shotgun with a police officer last night in an attempt to run down and visit the Pagotzow Pirates to see if I could get my iPhone back. And I got an earful from this police officer who was just beside. He was talking about traveling recently to a neighboring island, and was talking about how clean it was up there, and how little by way of trash and graffiti they had their share of problems, but for all intents and purposes, it looked like a great place. He says, "Man, it looked like Guam from when I was a kid. I don't know what happened. We've lost a war here somewhere." And so I think there's these people at the legislature and people in the governor's complex that need to go for a ride along with the policemen to learn a little bit more about what they consider to be the problems on Guam, because they're obviously not experiencing it behind their fences. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Ray. You know, I was up on one of those same islands myself recently, and it's a pleasure. It's a joy to visit. They're doing it for themselves. They keep the island clean for themselves, and it's the tourists who come and enjoy the island that they live on.
Yeah.
Here, we're all moaning and groaning about why the place looks like trash and why tourism isn't working for us. When it is, we're getting attention from people with money, and we act as if we fell down and broke our leg. And it's just it's a lack of vision. It's a lack of priorities. It's a lack of commitment to what we've already decided to do. And it's not about the new ideas that get the headlines. It's about making the system work. It's in the public sphere. Okay, we're not talking about private investment. You know, those private investment will take care of itself. We have to put incentives and we have to pay attention. But we need to maintain our value. And that's not being done by the government of Guam of the last 20 years, 30 years. They just have not figured out how to create the Guam of tomorrow. And it's not individuals. It's the gaggle when they get together at the legislature. They dumb down to the lowest common denominator, and then it just turns to crap. You know, their thinking turns to crap. And this has to be the only way we're going to get beyond this is to have a critical mass of people who are similarly committed.
Yes.
To the future.
Me and
tomorrow.
Daryl, me and 9 other guys.
Okay, what time?
Like I said, Friday sometime over at the Guam Election Commission. Motto was saying we ought to have a wave outside and then go inside and make some big ceremony about picking up our packets. I said, I don't know, just too much of a play out of the typical politician playbook. I just think that there ought to be some names that are attached to this upcoming election of some serious people, if for no other reason to send a wake-up call that, frankly, we've all had enough. And to the hashtag enough people, I appreciate what you did. In fact, participated in the last one where everybody was at all kinds of different intersections and places like that. There needs to be 2 more hashtag enough rallies, but not on the intersections, not along the roadways, none of that stuff. You go straight to Adelup, you go straight to the legislature, because they're not supposed to be there with their hashtag enough on their hands. They're supposed to be nodding at you, understanding that we have had enough with random, rampant crime around here. They had this women's march over the weekend, last weekend, and frankly, I'm not sure what the thematic of it was, but I would hope that there were many signs protesting violence against women in this town. The stuff that you hear about on the magistrate reports, tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg. Some of the other magistrate reports that I look at have just some of the things that men around here do to women that I cannot even imagine in the worst drunk that you've ever had, in the worst day that you've ever had. There's a story about a guy got into it with his wife, just had a baby, had some surgery in her womb area, and he opened a door on her, something like that. I mean, just some terrible stories. We need to work on that. Here's another one for you, Daryl. If we're just out loud complaining about things, there's a guy Cross Island Road that was so disgusted with all of the potholes out there, they actually went and covered up one of the mayor signs. One of the happy dappy mayor signs out there. It's on Facebook Live now. It says, "Holiday, welcome to Cross Island Road. Don't forget, drive with a spare tire. You need to drive with a spare tire out here." But I tell you what, here's the good news. I got this from my cop friend. The government of Guam sprung into action. And went out there and spread. I think they whispered the word asphalt over some of these potholes that we've got on Cross Island Road. went down there obviously with cold patch, which meant that there was no actual compression of the cold patch into the holes, so that there was a possibility that new cold asphalt patch was going to stay where it was past one or two rains. But that was how they sprung into action. And what a waste of time, what a waste of money, what a waste of resources. It would not have taken all that much to put together a plan, as they've done in other places, to go and incrementally fix some of these potholes with real asphalt, with real hot coated asphalt, and then go in there with a steamroller and really do the compaction on it to ensure that it would stick around past a rainy season. But you know what? We got to react to these ne'er-do-wells in there and their graffiti signs over our mayor's faces.
Well, why is it a mayoral re-election issue anyway? For there to be potholes, it's a road maintenance issue, and why is it that the mayors are doing it or expected to do it, and there's a whole public works highway maintenance division that's funded, and it's not doing it, or it has to be stuck with a cattle prod to get out there to do it, or they only do the big projects, and the projects are already obsolete by the time they roll out. Like that discussion you had with Bob Kelly yesterday about planning. That's why I was talking about, and I extended my remarks on Facebook Live to add maintenance, because maintenance gives you full value of the investment you made in facilities in year one. Only if you maintain the roads are you going to get full value of the road, and it shouldn't be up to mayors to fix potholes. It should be a robust capacity at Public Works to go out and go through and fix potholes. And they should just, they should already be patrolling and saying, okay, we're going to come to this village next. They drive up and down, they count the potholes, they get their equipment, they roll through, and they fix the potholes with the compactor and with a hot mix and with coral and with something to vacuum out the water from the hole before they throw the stuff in there, and to do it right, because they can do it right, and there are people who know how to do it right. Maybe they've all retired out, and now they haven't replaced them, and now we're funding, or they're vacant positions, and they're being funded, and then that's the governor's 15%, transfer authority for politically valuable boutique projects. And this is just a hell of a way to run a railroad.
Yeah.
We have one direction to go. And well, we can go either up or we can go back. We can go forward, we can go back. And so far, it sounds like, to me, it just looks like the train's sort of vibrating in place.
No, I hear you. 851. So there's an opportunity. I'm not gonna beg you to run for office, but I'm gonna leave that to everybody else that needs some kind of clear head. You've had the opportunity to work in the legislature, working in policy, working in planning, and that kind of thing. But you've always, I want to say, you've always worked for people that were political in nature, and the legislature, the 36th legislature that I envision, is not going to be political in nature. I want it to be a part-time legislature. I want guys to be able to get in there and in a couple of years, with a super majority of 10 people, go in there and start righting the ship. Part-time legislature, day one. We'll look at taxes, day number two. We'll look at some of the issues that we've got in some of these countless departments, agencies, and boards that we've got out there that don't actually do anything. And we don't have to eliminate them. We just stop funding them. And here's the other thing. This is the other thing I want to do, Darryl. Is we always vote for different people in the governor's office. We vote for different people into the legislature. But if you take a look at boards and committees and things like that, how many of them are just the same bunch of people floating around? And I'm thinking that, as people come to us in the legislature and say, yeah, we'd like to nominate so-and-so, and she's been knocking around boards and agencies in the government of Guam for the last 25 years, my answer is, no, maybe she's part of the problem. Maybe she's got to go. Let's get some new blood, some new ideas. I tell you what, I don't know where she'd been hiding, but I'm delighted that Pika Farron is on top of the food chain over at the Chamorro Land Trust Commission. I think that's a breath of fresh air. I think we need more of those fresh faces there.
We are this is a $952 million enterprise, and we are paying top dollar to the managers, to the board of directors, which is the legislature, because they've each got a $350,000 staff budget, expense budget for doing what needs to be done. At least the majority members do, and they should have been not in January of the second year of their term, but in January of the first year of their term. They should have been having these oversight hearings and review of the laws that are under their responsibility. They asked for it. They asked for the job. They got the job. The party won the majority. They got the staff for the committees, and now it's time to do the job. And if they aren't doing the job, well, then that's already an indication of how much time they're wasting. Our time and our money they are wasting, because we're living life out here in real time, and they are not. They are, for some reason, as a group, they are lacking in perspective. They're simply not serious about making this island any better.
No, I don't think. I don't think they are. I think they do just enough to keep their names in the news, and which is one of the reasons why I very rarely mention their names, because I just want people to go, oh, okay, yeah, whatever. It's put an asterisk next to their name. Yeah, somebody was a member of the legislature once upon a time. Congratulations, you've earned your state funeral. Now go away and stop bothering us. 8:55, Daryl. I'm going to let you go.
Well, thank you, Ray.
All right, I'll see you. I'll see you over at the Election Commission on the 24th.
On Friday.
On Friday.
I'll be there.
All right, buddy.
I'll be there.
Let's do this. Come on. It wouldn't be the first time he's picked up a packet, but I don't know that he's ever turned in any of the paperwork. Leilani Dehilig says, Ray, you are so right. This government, which seems to embody empowering women and women's issues, is just failing that very demographic. We can preach women in leadership positions, protecting women's rights, and all of that. Yeah, a bunch of people walking around with signs talking about their vaginas. We don't need to do that. That might be important to you, but I think in other places we've got issues with women that are getting beat up by just about everybody. There is a huge population of women that are getting stalked, that are getting beaten by their boyfriends, beaten by their husbands, beaten in home invasions and things like that. She says, until you make this island a safe place for girls and women to live, you're failing. This is a responsibility of the government, law enforcement, and the judicial system, and currently fail all around. I worry about. There's a gaggle of women who I've got a great deal of personal affection for, and I worry about them. When we run, I'll give you an example. There's a night that I go running, and half of the crowd is guys, half of the crowd is women. And, I'm not the fastest guy in the group, but when I get in, I'll take a swig of my water, rest for a second, and then go back out and make sure that the slower women make it back. And it's an Agania run. And you're going, well, it's Agania, Ray. Come on. How dangerous could it be in Agania? Wow. Agania can be kind of a frightening place depending on who you're running by, where you are running by. And there's guys walking around just kind of zombied out and on one kind of something or another. And even when we're running, if I'm running and I pass by a guy who I get a weird tingly sensation from, a weird spidey sense from, I will slow up and make sure that the girls pass me to make sure that I know that they are getting passed, because I'm worried about them. I'm worried that one of these days, one of these guys that is suffering from crazy or substance abuse of one kind or another is going to pull somebody to the side. And I intend to prevent all of that. There's just too many places where we've got issues with. I was thinking about another woman that a couple of years ago had the temerity to be at home alone, and she got home invasion, and they robbed from her, but they weren't satisfied just robbing from her. They beat the crap out of her. And she was in the hospital for a long time. She came back to Guam for the trial. God bless her. But those kinds of crimes against women around here, find Cousin Troy and ask him about, you'll see it every once in a while. Whenever there's one of these cases that is underreported, you'll see Cousin Troy reporting on it with the hashtag Stop the Violence. And it's not just stop the violence, it's stop the violence against women. That's a big problem that we've got in this town, and we've really got to fess up to it. I'm so glad that there's so many senators and governors and presidents and judges and that kind of thing. Good on you. Way to go. But there's a whole bunch of other women out there in the world that are suffering in silence and have had enough of that. Those are among the people that we got to work for. Look, talked myself up to the top of the hour again. How'd I do that? The radio station is KUSG. I got you. I want you to stand by. Fox News Live is going to be coming up in just a second. You know what I haven't had a chance to riff on yet this morning? The calendar, passing by another page. The governor's office said that they want to have those first checks out. War claims recipient checks out by the 31st of January. Today is the 22 of January. Yesterday was the 21, but it was still Martin Luther King Jr. Day, so a 3-day weekend, which I think they might have accounted for. Somebody in the media got caught up with the governor, and we'll take a look at those comments. She's hopeful. I'll bet they're lighting candles all over the governor's office right now. We're doing our MOU Treasury dance in order to get their attention and see what happens. 9 a.m. already? Fine. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. Setting the ground rules. I'm Lisa Lacera. Lawmakers in a day-long debate on how the impeachment trial of President Trump will proceed. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
House impeachment manager Val Demings now making the case for the need for State Department documents in order to properly prosecute the 2 articles of impeachment against the president.
The president, with using the power of his office to solicit and pressure Ukraine to announce investigations that everyone in this chamber knows to be bogus.
Earlier, the Senate voted along party lines to reject an amendment put forward by Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to subpoena witnesses and documents from the White House. Lisa?
John, President Trump is in Switzerland at the World Economic Forum. He continues to call the impeachment a hoax.
The only thing we've done is a great job. We have the strongest country in the world by far, and it was going in the wrong direction. We have the greatest economy we've ever had in the history of our country.
He also tweeted, read the transcripts. The president will be a guest tomorrow on Mornings with Maria on Fox Business. The new virus that was only discovered last month in China has made its way to the U.S. The first case, a Seattle man who returned from central China where the illness originated last week. CDC Director for Immunization, Dr. Nancy Messonnier, says screening at airports in the U.S. has just begun.
So far, CDC staff have screened over 1,200 passengers. However, no individuals had been referred to a hospital or discovered yet through entry screening.
And she says Chicago's O'Hare Airport and Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson are being added to the screening points. The man, who was in his 30s, is said to be in good condition in a hospital outside Seattle. Wall Street at the close, the Dow lost 152. The Nasdaq dropped 18. America is listening to Fox News.
Cocoa Coffee Company is now available at Circle K. Single origin coffee beans carefully sourced and locally roasted to give you the freshest cup of coffee Guam has to offer. Grab a cup that's brewed every 30 minutes or purchase a bag of the locally roasted whole beans. Flavors now serving: light medium roasted Ethiopia and medium dark roasted Jamaican Blue Mountain. Exclusively available at Circle K. With every Cocoa Coffee Company purchase, a portion of the proceeds will go towards the Cocoa Recovery Program.
Mescla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in the Grand Plaza Hotel in Tumon is now introducing an at-table all-you-can-eat breakfast menu from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. every Saturday and 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Sunday. Enjoy some quality time with your friends and family with some of your favorite local cuisine, from their waffle, hotcakes, and French toast station to their eggs and omelet station and a variety of scrumptious desserts. Weekends at Mescla Bistro in the Grand Plaza Hotel just got hotter. New year, new menu. Call 969-2652 for reservations. Some restrictions apply.
The home of an associate of convicted former USA Gymnastics Dr. Larry Nassar has been searched by investigators.
John Geddert was head coach of the gold medal winning 2012 U.S. women's gymnastics team. The Lansing State Journal reports evidence was taken away from Geddert's home in Grand Ledge. Nassar was convicted and sentenced in 2017 for sexually assaulting gymnasts. Geddert has said he had zero knowledge of Nassar's crimes, but some gymnasts have accused Geddert of physical abuse and requiring that they see Nassar for treatment. Geddert retired after being suspended by USA Gymnastics. Investigators have not been specific on what they were searching for at Geddert's home. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A death sentence for a Southern California man convicted of killing his business partner and the business partner's family. Prosecutors say Chase Merritt killed Joseph McStay, his wife Summer, and their children Johnny and Joseph Jr. in 2010. Their bodies were found in the Mojave Desert in 2013. Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg speaking at the World Economic Forum this morning at Davos, Switzerland, again saying the climate crisis needs to be taken seriously.
I've been warned that telling people to panic about the climate crisis is a very dangerous thing to do.
Thunberg's activism landed her on the title of Time magazine's Person of the Year last year. Brigham Young University will allow same-sex couples to compete in a national ballroom dance competition hosted by the school. The university, owned by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, has hosted the competition since 1997. The change goes against the university's honor code, which does not allow men to dance together. But the National Dance Council of America revised its policy in September under threat of a lawsuit to allow same-sex, gender-neutral couples to compete alongside opposite-sex couples. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Yikes, are those Christmas bills coming in already? Those high-interest credit cards at 16, 18, even 24%? Well, we have a New Year's solution for you. A Bank Pacific personal loan with rates as low as 4.65% to pay off those expensive credit cards. It's easy, it's fast, and it's as low as 4.65% APR.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal credit opportunity lender as low as 4.65%. Conditions apply.
I hear that. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, global presence with a local home guys over at Wendy's, where they've put it all together for you in the 4 for 4, one of the best deals going on Guam. You know how I know it's the best deal? Because I talk to guys, other guys in the fast food business, and they go, man, how did they do that? Right? All right, well, they figured out what the mathematics is. Anyway, so swing by the nearest Wendy's and enjoy the 4 for 4. Starts with the platform of chicken nuggets, fries, and a drink. And then you got you can add whatever sandwich you want. Double stack or a junior cheeseburger or the chicken sandwich or a junior bacon cheeseburger. Huh? It's all good. There's the sound of the bacon. Wendy's 4 for 4. Best deal in town at Wendy's.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Okay, so if I am elected to the legislature, I think they're going to have to give me some kind of training. Wouldn't it be fun if like everybody got changed out over at the legislature and there was a slate of 15 people that all had to go to remedial legislature? Hey, anybody around here know anything? And that might actually end up being good. Boy, there's a possibility to ponder, huh? There's a possibility to ponder. You get the whole bunch of people in there, got good names. More sense than God gave horses, and have them running around the legislature. Wouldn't it be awesome if they were like just from scratch, 15 new names in there? You know it's possible. You know it's possible. Come on, just think about it. And we'll have adequate examples, I think, in the next couple of days of whether or not they get the message. Today, 2:00 in the afternoon, the Committee on Rules will convene at the legislature. They'll conduct a Committee on Rules meeting at 2 o'clock in the public hearing room of the Guam Congress building. And that's when they're going to get together and decide where they're going to start with a bunch of the January bills. They got January session up. I can't remember what's on the docket, what has gone through the committees, what's been recommended for movement. That's what the Committee on Rules is going to be doing, and then adopting those to put before the body of the legislature so that there can be sober debate on these issues. And moving forward now, the betterment of the community, well, we hope, right? What's probably going to happen is they're going to get together, and there's going to be a whole bunch of self-serving stuff in here, and stuff to continue the gravy train that some of the lottery winners in the government of Guam continue to ride. It would surprise me a great deal because I honestly can't think of a whole bunch of pieces of legislation that have even been introduced that would make any difference to you and I with any of the problems that we've got around here. But it'll make them feel better. It'll make them feel better, and I think that's the most important thing. So Committee on Rules, watch out for the Committee on Rules report and the outline of the measures that will be going to the body. That's how we will know whether or not some of the conversation that you and I have had here, you have had in the editorial columns of the newspapers, et cetera, will have had any kind of effect. I don't hold any hope out for it. My God, they couldn't even resolve a problem with the mayor of Jotnya. They couldn't even sort out a problem with the mayor of Jotnya without help now from the governor's office. That's the fun part. This is the fun part to me. Is they get together over at the legislature, and then Tina Rose says, well, I'm out of town for a funeral, so you guys take care of it. And so they called an emergency session of the legislature, brought everybody together and said, boy, things are tough out in Jotnya. And all kinds of people said, yeah, it's not so bad actually in Jotnya. So we're not sure about that. Les Carlson says, even if things were bad there, you still don't have the money right now for a special election. Then people over at the Guam Election Commission said, yeah, and even if we started today, we probably couldn't get this done by whatever the deadline is for anything to take place. There's a certain amount of time that goes on before the election, and it would be inside that window. So it began to look like a solution out looking for a problem. But what did they do? What did they do over at the legislature? This is the part in my head where I'm just really trying to sort out what the thinking is and why somebody didn't just walk away and say, you know what, maybe we're done. We'll just leave this issue here where it is. As it was, they went in and stayed in and continued to talk about some Rube Goldberg mechanism to be able to give somebody in the municipal council the authority to be able to anoint somebody as the acting mayor for a while and all this other stuff. And then they voted on it, passed it unanimously, sent it to the governor's office. Well, in the meantime, here comes Legislative Legal Counsel says that's inorganic. So they voted on something that they didn't even know what the organicity of it was. And the governor's office comes back, vetoes it, and says, here, I've got a better idea. Making her certainly in last place in terms of people submitting bills to the legislature, but last place by just a couple behind Luis Borja Muña. So there you go. There you go. You got that. Have you ever worried about a gap in introducing bills over at the legislature? If somebody for some reason could not be a member of the 35th Guam legislature, Governor Lulian Gura would be able to snap into action and start sending down her pieces of legislation. Heck, why do we even need a legislature if we've got the governor's office? Let them handle all of the legislation and introduction of all of that. 9:11 in the morning. Hey, Fred, how you doing?
Hey, Ray, good morning.
How about a day? There's a good phone connection. You sound great.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, are we going together on the 24th to pick up our packets?
Let's go.
Yeah, because we need to do something.
Let's go. Listen. This is not rocket science. We could get a lot of stuff done with me and Jimmy Moylan and 6 other guys. But imagine if it was me and Jimmy Moylan and 8 other guys. I mean, it's not that tough. It's not that tough. And just get in there. And like I said, day one, part-time legislature. Anything else? And then we'll go to our little inauguration parties. We'll come back in the next day and start working through some of the schedules and some of the things that we really absolutely need to do in the 36 Guam legislature. And if you got 10 people, Fred, that means that we could reorganize the government by sending up legislation that is bulletproof. It is veto proof.
Yeah, I called in yesterday on Bob's show, and I told him, and I'll bring it to your station too, your show also. New York, with 8-point-some million people, only has one mayor. Regardless, he does what he does, or if he's not doing, if De Blasio is not doing what he's doing, or like some people say. But for the fact of the matter is that for forever, New York has always had one mayor with 8-point-some million people. And many of them have done something. And hey, we have if De Blasio is a deadbeat mayor, well, you know what? The city's running, regardless, and they're making money. It's the financial hub of the world. So why do we need 19 mayors when New York only has one? Do the math. And
we were talking about it yesterday. Here's a perfect example: is we got the mayor of Agate that's offline on some kind of junket out to the Philippines. Mayor of Jonya's in jail, and everything can. The sun came up this morning, Fred. I don't know if you noticed this. Yeah. Despite the fact that there were two mayors that are incapable of doing their jobs for what, the sun still managed to come up today.
There's a lot of free time. There's nothing much to do as a mayor. We really don't need. We need one mayor, and if we really need one mayor. And do the math, and then if there's a vacancy in Jonya right now, well, Mr. Angel Sablon can step in and run that as being the mayor's council president, or appoint someone simple. It's really so simple, and we are focusing our energies on this and cockfighting, whereas cockfighting doesn't bring any revenue to Guam. It just passes along money between bettors, people betting, and causes more drug issues and so forth. We're not doing anything to forward this island. Instead, just keep it where it's at and discuss whatever you want to call these things.
You're right. There's a whole lot of just, we're going to take this pile of paper and legally and legislatively put it over here and say that it's passed. Governor signs off on it. Hooray. We've managed to pass a bill. I just get that feeling like it's a whole lot of make work that we're talking about. And I agree with you. There's more that needs to be done. The governor was talking about moving Guam forward to a safe, prosperous, fair, and compassionate community, which indicates to me that she doesn't think that we're there. And I agree. There is no safety here. There is no fairness among people. And I'm not one of those wage gap kind of guys, but I'm beginning to see and feel this massive divide between the haves and the have-nots around here. There's just an incredible number of people who are living paycheck to paycheck, barely making it. And then on the other side, you got people that are sitting around trying to figure, which hoity-toity places are we going to have our cocktails and our dinner tonight?
Right. Well, Ray, I mean, this whole wage gap thing, first we talked about the mayor thing. We should have one. And if there's a gap and we need to have 19, well, someone just appoint it. And about the cockfighting, it's really not important. Third, about your wage gap, the prices here are just gouging. I mean, New York City or Chicago or LA is cheaper to live. Well, not housing-wise, but food and your basic needs are much cheaper.
Well, you're closer to the source there.
Cities.
I mean, you're an educated man. It takes time and a couple extra dollars to get fresh produce from the mainland.
You're right, a couple extra dollars that you divide it up per case per pound in that big ass container. It costs only like pennies for a stalk of celery or a head of lettuce. Costs pennies. It doesn't cost dollars more.
I like to when I do my analysis, it's in cost per can of Budweiser or can of Spam.
Okay, so
just me.
So you can get strawberries for the same pack in the States for $3. Over here it's $8.99.
Don't talk to me about cherries. I'll go to war on cherries, bud.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
So,
yes.
We want to mandate. The prices are artificially raised here for a few like GURA and food stamp and SNAP programs and all these WIC programs, recipients and military housing. It's raised for people like you and me. So people are leaving Guam. I don't know how you're going to better Guam and move Guam forward when the smart ones are leaving for better opportunities and where their dollar can stretch.
Well, I think that's part of might be part of the wage gap issue that we've got here, and I'll go back on what I think the root cause of that is education. One of the dirty little secrets that you're not going to hear a whole lot about, issues that they've got over in places like the Guam Police Department. They've got room for more cops, but they're having a hard time finding cops that have got the finding recruits. Sorry, I don't want to say cops. I want to say finding some recruits that have got the mental aptitude for the job, reading, writing, following instructions, the myriad rules and regulations that they have to follow. And there's a test that is administered, and there's a whole lot of people failing these tests.
Well, you know why, right? Because I've come to know that the I don't know what you want to say, the culture at DOE, or is it the rules and regs and how things are supposed to be done, is that do not fail any student, regardless of how they're doing. I'm not sure if you know about that.
Oh, yeah, social promotions. Social promotions have been a part of our culture around here, our educational culture for decades.
Not only social, but just not to hold any kid back, no matter if he's failing his grades or doesn't know how to read or write.
Because it'll affect, Fred, it will affect their self-esteem.
No, not only that, but federal funding into DOE based on how many students are graduating and so forth.
I don't know about that.
Those numbers matter to the federal government, how they fund the schools.
No, then we can blame them.
The culture is to promote them, graduate them, but they're pumping out people with, like you said, no basic skills, no basic social skills, or I don't even know the word terminology for, not math and English or writing and reading, but what's this other skill that just how to act in public? I don't know what you want to call it.
Civics. We used to call that civics.
Civics, yeah, I think that's what it is. They're pumping out 17, 18-year-olds, even if they make it out at 17 or 18. Some of them are just dropped out at 13 or 14 and have no GED.
When I was a little boy, Fred, when I was 17, 18 years old, there was always one escape hatch that you could get to if you really needed to. I mean, if you couldn't make it through Duenas, if you couldn't make it through GW or JFK, if you couldn't, by God, manage your way through vocational education at GCC, what was then called VOTEC, if you were a complete screw-up, you could at least jump into the military. But in this day and age of a volunteer military force, they can choose from among the best and brightest. So if you show up after having been socially promoted through the system in the Department of Education, you show up at the Army recruiter, they ain't taking you. You show up at Navy, they ain't taking you. They sure aren't taking you at the Marines anymore, and they never would have taken you at the Air Force. Air Force has always had the pick of the litter in this town, is my recollection. So if you're thinking that, well, I can skate and then I just join up in the military, you got another thing coming. They're looking at people that have got incredible high school diplomas that they don't have to put into remedial programs. You realize that among the biggest, the most crowded classes at the University of Guam for many years has been the remedial English and math classes, because the graduates aren't getting it. The graduates from the schools don't have those skills.
So education, and not only education at school but at home, it's missing at home.
Mom and dad are working.
Home.
Mom and dad are working.
Oh, mom and dad, I don't know which generation was that. They don't care. Or the ones that they pumped out, who are 16, 17 now. Their mom and dad haven't done much good, to get them out in society.
No, like I said, I mean it's easy to blame the parents, but I think the pressure on a lot of parents around this town, grandparents. I'll give you another one. Grandparents in this town to be around for their kids is tremendous, because it's so hard for a lot of people to be able to make some kind of a living. Mom might have to be working 2 jobs, dad might have to be working 2 jobs, and all of a sudden you got these mouthy kids coming up, and the last thing that you need to do is to get involved in any more drama. So I think it's easy for them to kind of look the other way. We've got a lot of problems. I mean, nothing is going to get solved overnight, but we have to at least try. We got to at least try.
Nothing's trying to even get solved. Everything is just left to the wolves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just whatever goes. It's just that.
Well, don't lose heart. If you want to get in the game, Friday they should have the candidate packets available over at the Guam Election Commission, and I think I think there ought to be a flood of people interested in getting in and solving these problems and disrupting. You used the word status quo, and that is my quest here, is to encourage other people to get in there to break the status quo. We have to disrupt the cycle of career politicians in this town and people doing whatever it is that they want to do because they don't think anybody's paying attention. People are paying attention, but we're so busy trying to get ahead and provide for ourselves and our families, we don't have the time to do their job. But if we make it a part-time legislature, guess what? Got nothing but time to solve those problems. And if there's enough voters out there that are just ticked off enough, then this could be the year that the people of Guam get their government back.
Yeah, well, someone's got to do it. We're not thinking forward here. It's just
put together your
platform.
platform.
Mayor and cockfighting.
Yep. Put together your platform. Here's the deal, and I've talked to a couple of people that, well, so-and-so is interested in this, and so-and-so is interested in what you're proposing on the radio. Is there anything that we can do? You know, and I said they need to start calling the radio station and talking about some of the issues that they see and ways that they might be able to affect change as part of this Avenger force, as part of this status quo disruptor force. So I'm glad you're among the first. There's others. Tell them to call the radio station so that we can get them some name recognition that counts, and vet some of the policies that they'd like to put forth.
Do you think Ken's gonna run? He should.
I'd like to see Ken run. I'd like to see Ken.
Darryl.
I'd like to see Darryl run. There's a couple other guys that. Yeah, go ahead, keep going. Like I said, it's me and 9. I've been told. My producer says stop saying 9 other guys. You're going to tick off the girls. Sorry about that, but yeah, it would be nice if myself and 9 other Avengers get together. We'll get jackets. We'll get jackets and patches made, right?
Like members only?
Like members only, Fred. Yep. I'm just saying it looked good then. It'll look good now. Be like
so you are picking up a packet then?
I'm definitely picking up a packet. And depending on some of the names of packet pickers.
Senator Gibson.
Well, Congressman Gibson I like better. But depending on, you know, I ain't going into a situation where it's just going to be me. So it's got to be, if it's these people, there's a bunch of people that need to pick up packets. And if the 9, 10, 11 others that I have in my mind, that other guys have in their minds, get some of those packets as well, then I am for sure running. And everybody says, well, you have to go off the radio. I have a cunning plan. Anyway, we'll talk about that more if I need to. I'll talk to you soon, Fred.
Okay.
You have an awesome rest of the day. 888-8255. Smug Wimp says, 9 other folks. I don't know. God, you know, we're not folksy here. I don't think this is a folksy kind of place. And you know what I hated was when Obama started talking about, you folks this, you folks that. Like you talks like that all the time. I don't want to. I prefer not to incorporate that into the vernacular of the platform. Gary Cooper writing this morning. That's Cooper with a K. A military recruiter told me that 80% of our students cannot pass the ASVAB test. I'm here to tell you, no. I took the ASVAB test in 1979, something like that. We took the ASVAB at Father Duane as practice for the SATs. And God bless John Forbes, who was the coach of all of that, because, you know, college prep school, right? And so the deal was we had access to all kinds of the tests. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say this, but Eric Rosario says, who are we going to listen to when you win, Ray? No, when I win, I'm coming back to work. There's nothing that goes on at the legislature that needs to take place, especially in a part-time legislature, any more than a couple of times a month.
Yeah, as a legislator, you could have the job, but as a candidate, you cannot.
Right.
That's the difference.
But it depends. There has to be timelines from when I officially become a candidate, when that rule kicks in. And I'm going to let the election
unless we're
commission
willing to
figure
just
all
let
that.
everybody have their
Oh,
fair
hell
share
no.
of time.
Oh, hell no. What are you talking about? Can you imagine something? Because that means I'd have to entertain some of the incumbents. And I just cannot. I literally.
It would be
Okay.
It would be beautiful.
I'm for the most part, I'm one of those guys. I'm just the happiest. I'm glad to see you most of the time, but there recently have been times where I've seen a couple of incumbents walk into the same facility, same place as me, and I'm glad I have a beard now because many of them don't recognize me, and if they do recognize me, it gives me just a little bit of time to get the hell out of the way because I don't want to have to get into a conversation with them. There are some people this is me when I'm doing this. So see, now you distracted me, so you're going to get the full answer. There's people, as soon as they start talking to me, I pick up my phone. Hold on a second, I got to take this call. I'll be right back. And walk out of the door and straight to my car and leave because I don't want to get into a conversation. So if you're an incumbent and that's ever happened to you, if I've ever walked away from you with a phone, there was nobody on the phone, or I dialed 411 or something. There's just to get some noise in the background because I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to try to divine your incredible wisdom as a senator.
Yeah, but just think at the 9 o'clock hour, and I'm just thinking from a programming standpoint.
Yes.
Each 9 o'clock hour between the time you announce your candidacy until the election could be an open debate between 3 other of the candidates or incumbents, whoever decides to show up. If they turn down the invitation, that's on them. That's not on you.
And Nate says we'd get to watch Ray bite his tongue while interviewing some people. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We did this last year. I'll see if we can dig out the transcripts, the video from last year when we did that deal over at Micronesia Mall. And there's a couple. I'm so glad I didn't interview, but there were a couple of people that I did interview that I remember just kind of giving them that look like, you're really for real on this. This is really something that you're going to try to pursue. All of the different problems that we've got around here, all of the different platform points that you could be running on, and you want to run on that. Okay. All right. Take your balloons and your plastic straws. I've been talking to you the other day about being intentional with things that I'm grateful for. And this is what I'm actually having to write this down. I've got this special diary now, not a diary. It's like a planner/diary. And
guys don't have diaries. Guys have journals.
Okay, so it's a journal. Thanks. You're right. It's a journal. I think that's what they're referring to it. And so down at the bottom of page 1 of a 2-page journal entry is crap you're thankful for. You got to it requires you to be somewhat intentional and thoughtful about crap you're thankful for. And so the other day I decided the crap that I'm thankful for, number one, is having cop friends. It's nice to have cop friends. I've in my entire career as a broadcaster, I've tried to do nothing but support my men and women in blue. And people say, why? What do you got invested in? My dad was a cop. My dad was one of the first police reserve officers on Guam, people like Diane Strong and Dave Eckert and so many others. Scotty Moylan from back in those days. And as far as I'm concerned, it is a valuable possession. And I don't take kindly to people that are critical of police officers. So I'm happy for cop friends. Glad that I've been able to nurture that relationship over all of these years. Today I'm going to be thankful for telecom friends, folks in the phone business that have been helping me through this stolen phone issue, including my friends over at GTA, who don't even ask questions. They just say, we'll get the replacement to you as quickly as we possibly can. We'll work on, insurance coverage and that kind of thing with Apple down the road, but we got to get you back into your WhatsApp. And so it's nice to have those guys. I'm thankful for all kinds of other things, but those are the ones that are going in my deal today. I'm not thankful for some incumbents.
Yeah, some of my thankful things run similar to yours. I'm thankful that I know some cops. Right. Which made me even more thankful I knew some lawyers.
Like I said, one more divorce and I get a volume discount. Is it 9:31 already? Crap, where does the time go in this program? Ismail says, Ray's senatorial team will all have beards. That's right. Even the women. iConnect time is 9:31. Swing by the nearest iConnect and ask them about saving money and growing beards. Mobile, internet, even push-to-talk plans at iConnect.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Today is Wednesday, is that correct? Don't you hate it when people say correct
Yeah,
instead of correct? There's a T at the end of it.
Not in Filipino.
Don't tell me what to do. Every Monday through Friday, they serve a variety of local favorite soups. Chicken adobo on Monday. I'm talking about Denny's. Chicken adobo on Monday. There's oxtail soup Tuesdays and Thursdays because they know you can do it twice a week. Chicken tinola on Wednesday, and then it's pork sinigang on Friday. All orders served with rice at Denny's, your new lunch spot, and while supplies last. Because it's one of those Denny's is like that. They're going to make enough, and the smart people know to get there a little bit earlier for the day's special. So find yourself. I'm thinking 10 o'clock, 10:30 over at Denny's.
GRMC's cardiology department treats most complex heart problems. In our catheterization lab, cardiologists use imaging equipment to treat clogged arteries that can cause heart attacks or heart failure. We perform balloon angioplasty, stenting, and other life-saving cardiac procedures. If you suffer from a heart condition, have your provider refer you to GRMC's cardiology clinic at 645-5500. GRMC, where patients are partners.
Nate reminded me, you're not allowed to say they're stupid. You're supposed to ask them if they're stupid. It's just how you cannot go, I'm sorry, Senator so-and-so, you're stupid. You have to say, are you stupid? Were you born stupid, or were you raised that way? That's I was one of my favorites. I learned that one growing up when I was just a little kid. First time I heard it, I laughed and laughed and laughed. And it's one of those things that I wish I could use more often. Were you born stupid, or were you raised that way?
That's when you just point at them and say, was it nature or nurture?
Nurturing. Yeah. 9:33. See, now you folks have totally distracted me from where I wanted to go in the last hour of the I actually had a plan for today. Oh, tomorrow, who we got coming in tomorrow? Darlene Garcia is coming in, and there's going to be a conversation about. I don't want it to be about grief counseling, so I'm not going to say it's grief counseling. Just some attitude adjustment stuff. So we got that. See, this is me saying I had a plan, and all of a sudden I'm looking at the paperwork that I thought I had the plan on, and it's not where I wanted to go. But that's okay. There's a variety of things that I could riff on. I should save this for Friday, non-frowny face Friday. But this actually a story from a non-frowny face Friday from a couple of weeks back. 4 juveniles who tried to carjack a woman at gun. This did not happen here. Who tried to carjack a woman at gunpoint were foiled in the commission of that crime. The victim told police that she parked her vehicle in front of her home, Wakefield Avenue, at 5:15 in the afternoon, then noticed 4 juvenile males approaching her. She started to exit her vehicle when one of the males, who was wearing an all-black ski mask, ran up to her and pulled out a handgun. "Give me your keys. I don't want to shoot anybody." She told him that her child was in the backseat. The male told her to grab the kid, which she did. 2 of the juveniles jumped in the car and tried to start it. After about a minute, the juveniles were still unable to start the vehicle and exited it. The victim told police that her vehicle is stick shift, which is probably why the young men were unable to... Isn't that a great story? No! The crime was foiled, ladies and gentlemen, by kids who are too stupid to figure out manual transmission. It ain't rocket science. The 2 juveniles exited the car, met up with 2 other juveniles, and ran off to the street. The husband followed the 4, saw him get in the train. The reports state one of the juveniles had a ripstick skateboard. Cops told the neighbor, who said she had camera footage of the juveniles running by his home. Not sure if they were able to finally get these guys, but this is one of those deals. 4 juveniles tried to carjack a woman at gunpoint, got in the car, and couldn't go any further because they couldn't sort out manual transmission. There is a God. Hey, Cousin Troy's online. Isn't that fun? What's that? Ismail is doing some more writing. Says, are you tired of the status quo? Tired of those who made lawmaking a family business? Still looking for someone whose surname isn't the same as everyone else's? This is the Howard story again. Let's see if we can play around with something like that. Hey, it's my buddy John De La Rosa. This is important. I was talking about truck drivers, and in this case, we are talking rocket science. I've gotten in behind the wheel of a big rig, and there's way too many knobs and levers, and the idea of being able to run a big rig in reverse and park the other end of the trailer completely baffles me. This is one of those things like air conditioning. I swear to God, I'll never be able to sort it out. But you guys just recently had a boot camp over at GCC, right?
We did. We partnered with 6 of the trucking companies on Guam because there's such a shortage. I think we talked about this when I was in studio with you.
Yeah.
The shortage of truck drivers on Guam. And then the problem is when they get their C license, there's the shortage in the States, so they all move out there. So.
Yeah. Well, that's going to happen, but the idea is if we can get more guys trained up around here. I know that there's a lot of businesses and a growing. In fact, we've had this problem. We've talked about this being an issue since the first days of the military buildup when they were talking about the high speed construction schedule that they had, and everybody said, number one, we don't have the chassis and the trucks, and number two, even if we had the chassis and trucks, we don't have enough drivers.
Yep, and they have plenty chassis now, plenty trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Sit there. Yeah. So
well, there's a question of I think one of the other problems was it was a question of getting them tested, road tested at the Department of Rev and Tax. Taking the written test is one thing, but being able to find a guy to do that. So you got together with a bunch of the business. How many guys were you able to graduate?
7.
Nice.
7 of them. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it was our first one, and it was 15 started. Unfortunately, it is a tough course, and 7 made it through and are ready to take their C-class license test. So,
wouldn't that be part of the graduation? It's like, okay, I'm glad that you went through the course, glad that you had the work, okay, and your final grade is pass or fail, whether or not you can pass the test.
Yeah. So what we're doing is they've completed all the coursework. It still continues for them to go and take their C-class license, but the recognition we're giving tomorrow is that they've completed all the coursework.
Gotcha. And obviously, once they're all done with this, there are probably jobs lined up for them.
Absolutely. That's why the 6 trucking companies have, signed up for this, because they really need the drivers.
I'm wondering if could you use this model in a couple of other places? And you and I know from personal experience about things like the IT business and getting guys that are can get certified in different kinds of networking and computer stuff here on Guam. I mean, is there a companion program like this working with say IT&E, iConnect, Docomo to be able to get these guys trained to work with actual IT guys in the field? And then maybe take a test somewhere down the road?
We do, actually. It's just not as condensed. These programs are very specific, and they're pre-apprenticeship. So we take them through a 12-week boot camp that teaches them the very basic skills. Then that gets them into an apprenticeship program. But with IT work, with any of our computer networking work, we have partnered with all of the telecoms, with a lot of the other businesses, and we do provide, practicum work study, apprenticeship programs. All of that's already been in place for many years.
Well, so you're saying the 12-week boot camp for the truck drivers was condensed? That's 3 months. We used to call that OJT, bro.
Yeah.
On the job training. If you can't get it in 3, if you cannot get this in 3 months, this isn't the job for you.
Yeah, but the difficulty has always been the truck companies have had to take their B-class licensed people and promote them to C-class, leave them with shortages in B-class licenses. So now we're trying to get them people who can just go straight into driving the big rigs.
What's the holdup to getting more guys in? Because this sounds like something that GCC is going to do all the time.
Well, this was our first. Obviously, we'll do a lot more of these because the demand is so high. But it's the time behind the wheel. You have to have your own rig. You have to practice. And like you said, reversing, parallel parking, all that stuff is very different in one of these big rigs. So it's the cost of the rig. Even when you go to test, you have to bring your own. So that right there is like $2,500. So
yikes!
It's cost prohibitive for a lot of these guys.
Yikes! You don't realize how valuable those pieces of equipment are until you actually need them. And that's truth in business. It's true anywhere else. Well, I'm delighted that we've got these guys out there. I'm really, really happy that GCC has got programs like this because there are a lot of people that want to work. That all they need is just a little bit of training and opportunities like you put out with them. And now, was this low cost for the students?
It's no cost.
No cost. See, even better.
It's all grant funded. And then what's great is the company. This is a lot like our ship repair boot camp. So as soon as they pass their test, they already have jobs waiting, so they don't even have to go out and search for them.
More whatever models that we got to do like this. Please let me know. Keep me up to speed on them. When's the next one start? When's the next boot camp?
We have not planned the next one yet. We normally don't plan it until we complete one. But like the ship repair, we completed one, and then a month and a half later we started the next one. So we'll see how the truck companies want to move forward.
Well, I don't know if there's any openings for any of those jobs, but I'll keep my ear to the ground. If I see anything, I'll point them in your direction so they can sign up for the next one.
Absolutely.
John, always fun talking with you. We'll get together sometime soon. You bring Maria into the studio, and we'll yak about cool things happening.
Anytime.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a start of a new year, and I'm sure that there are new outreaches that you guys are doing over there. Got a note from Neats online. Says, by the way, Ray Gibson, my grandson is totally enjoying the trade school. He's doing great and looking forward to graduation.
That's awesome. I like to hear that.
I've already been talking to Janice, who runs the parts of the cosmetology deal, and I'm hoping that there's another one of these hair fashion shows that I get to MC for this year. So keep me posted on that. So any excuse to get to the campus is always good.
Great. Thanks, Ray.
All right, my friend. I'll talk to you soon. 888-8255-88-TALK. That's John De La Rosa from the Guam Community College talking about driving. And there's all kinds of jobs out there, guys. And I'm looking over this, and I'm wondering if we are anywhere near they are in the States. I keep getting, there's a story I was reading. I should have printed it out. But there's a story I was reading the other day about how there are more jobs than there are people to fill these jobs. And you were going, well, what? That's good news, isn't it? I said, yes, it's very good news. That in and of itself is an organic reason to increase wages in those jobs, right? So while there might not be a lot of desire for people to go and work outside, if you're somebody that is looking for a job, you go, I want to work inside. That's where I want to work. Air conditioning, computers, Wi-Fi, free water, free coffee. That's the job description I'm looking for. 6 figures, lots of traveling, no expectations for any actual outcomes, huh?
The only inside job I ever wanted to do is this one.
This one here?
If I weren't doing this, I would be outside.
Outside's fun.
Love it.
Outside's fun.
Get a tan,
Clubmate.
which for me is especially helpful.
Clubmate at PIC.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. But I'm looking over in the classifieds, and unfortunately, I don't see any Clubmate at PIC job. I was going to say there's job openings at my Anna Airport Hotel, but no, these are the rates they're pushing for. Wow, studio, 400 square feet for $995 a month. I don't want to live that close to the airport for $1,000 a month and not have a room. But anyway, so as I'm looking at the jobs, I got to call and see where this is. Because I was looking, there's only one job in today's PDN under general, and it's bus drivers needed, D license required. The D is for Democrat, by the way. D license required, and it's $17 an hour. Not bad if you've got a D license, and I don't know what the population of the community is with D licenses. But I'm wondering what kind of bus this is. Now, it could be, like a private school bus deal. I don't know. Is that a full-time job? Or is it going to be $17 an hour, but you only work 2 hours a day?
It could be one of the smaller GRTA buses.
Right. Could be something like, well, I don't know, government. That would have fallen under a government ad, government placement. But I'm looking at this going, what kind of bus is it? Maybe it's a tour bus? The question is, $17 an hour, I don't know that that's big money, even for bus driver, right? But, if it comes along with perks, when I say perks, I mean Korean hot pants. If it comes along with those kind of perks, it might be worth getting into that deal. So Joe, who bought the ad, maybe a little bit more about where you work, where it is that we're hiring for these bus drivers, because I'm sure that there might be a couple of guys out there that are going, dude, I'll drive your bus. Does that mean I can on the SIO all day long? Great. When do I start? What do you? Don't even want to talk about the other benefits. Just let me know when I might be able to get into all of that. I wanted to talk about this story here. Governor hopes to hear from Treasury on war claims MOU today. This is John Connor wrote this. It's in the Guam Daily Post. It says Governor Lou Leon Guerrero hopes to hear from the U.S. Department of the Treasury today on the status of the Memorandum of Understanding necessary to begin paying reparations to Guam World War II survivors. She signed Bill 181 into law in early January, creating a local fund, and then nobody looked at it for a long time, and all of a sudden they're realizing, wait a second, we told everybody that they were going to have the first checks out by January 31st. That's 8 days away from today, right? And a wake up?
Yeah.
She says, I'm hoping by today that we'll get some information, and I'm hoping the information is, hey, we signed it, Leon Guerrero said. This is what we're down to, kids. It's down to hope. It's just, we're hoping to hear from them.
Get up, it's Jesus Day.
I'll bet they got the rosary beads out.
Oh, yeah.
I'll bet they're looking at the calendar going, my God, we're here. The 31st is there. We told the media, for heaven's sakes. We went ahead with this over at the legislature. We rammed it through at the legislature, signed it immediately, right? But we did it without knowing for sure that there was going to be a signature on a piece of paper over at the Department of the Treasury.
You know, the rosary beads were made out of wood when they picked them up, but they've rubbed them so much they're now like polished stone.
Worry beads, we used to call them back in the day. Worry beads, but that's where they are. The head of the department said he thought the MOU would move quickly. I'm sorry. Let me get to the public heard last week that the MOU was in its final stages, with the terms finalized and the document working its way through the Treasury for signature. Leon Guerrero did not have much information on Tuesday, but said the head of the department did say he thought the MOU would move quickly. He thought. They're hoping.
It's really very sensitive information.
Just doesn't sound very, I don't know, deliberate, intentional.
But it sounds like only one side of it has an actual understanding.
Right. We think the MOU would move quickly. We hope that we hear from them today.
They're only missing a prayer.
What time is it in D.C. now? It's late. They're done. Washington, D.C. is officially closed for their Tuesday, so I don't know that we're going to hear from anybody today. Maybe. We hope we'll hear from them, but they'll be hoping to hear from them tomorrow. Maybe that's what it's going to be happening. They think we might hear from somebody tomorrow. Nothing concrete. Nothing concrete. So I asked, I sent a note to one of Mike Sinicholas's peoples this morning, and the response that I got was it was basically, here's the link. Look at it for yourself. And I got no problems with that. The link was sent me. What? D.C. is closed for the day since like 8 o'clock in the morning. Get out of here with that. Where is it? There it is. It's a link to actions-HR 1365, 116th Congress to make technical corrections, yada, 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 yada. So you click on the link, and it takes you to congress.gov. And I suppose I could do this myself, but I'm dumb. So the latest entry on this goes back to July of 2019. The Senate has received in the Senate and read twice and referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. And our understanding is it has been fast-tracked for action. There were some questions that came up, apparently, and that caused Michael Sinicholas to get on an airplane in a big hurry and get back to Washington, D.C. I have not yet heard from him one way or the other on who was it that expressed an interest, what the nature of that interest was, and whether or not it is caused for any delays in the process in Washington, D.C. I don't know. We'll see what we can find out. In the meantime, you can think about what might be happening with this MOU and hope that we hear from them today. And when I say today, I mean tomorrow.
Want to grow your business? Start a new venture? Or stay ahead of the competition? You can. With Docomo Pacific Smart Business Solutions tailored to your specific needs and ambitions, you can do it all. Partner with a network with best-in-class network coverage, state-of-the-art communication platforms, and a team dedicated to providing you with premium support. Call 688-2677 to start your journey to success today. Docomo Pacific Business, delivering your future today.
How about that? that? There's a guy named Vince Borja just checked in online this morning in the Facebook Live. Nice to see you there, Vince. Always a pleasure to run. You and I have some mutual friends there, Vince Borja. And I'm saying your name. Notice I'm saying your name, Vince Borja, the same way that Maria Pangilinan says my name on the radio. She always said, well, Ray Gibson, let me see if I can get this question answered for you with a quick look at my notes on my desk. That's the kind of conversations that we have between Ray Gibson and Maria Pangilinan. Vince Duenas, I'll say Vince Borja, I'll say your name like that. You know what? You need to do this on Facebook, Vince, because I'm not sure if the Election Commission will still be allowing it. But what you need to do is give me a good middle name. Either you got Vince Borja, and that's your father's name, I assume. We need to have a middle name, mother's maiden name, right? So. Or something. And if you're squeamish, I know some people that wouldn't do that. I mean, if I could run, I suppose I'd run as William Raymond Martinez Torres Underwood Gibson. They'd need 2 sheets of paper for me on the ballot. No, really, that's what's on my passport. William Raymond Martinez Torres Underwood Gibson. It's there. Yeah, these big, huge banners made that go all the way across Marine Corps Drive. I'm sorry, I'm having fun here. But Vince,
you could take up the entire chain link fence with a sign like that.
I could.
Just cover it up, bro.
Yeah.
Just cover it up.
That's day number one. Day number one of the Ray Gibson administration is going to be getting somebody and twisting an arm, just violently twisting an arm, saying, get some people out here and get this crap off the highway today.
If a senator tells me, I'll go out there by myself.
Just do it. I'll give 2 cases of Blue Moon Mango at the end of this to whoever takes it down. Ought to do that anyway. That ought to be the thing. We can't count on the government to do stuff for us. Maybe that's the way we do this. We just encourage some kind of shadow government that works for beer, right? We just look. I need to have that chain link fence taken down. I've been complaining about it literally since the day it went up, and there's been nobody in the government of Guam that has ever been able to come up with any other plan to prevent John F. Kennedy's students from bolting into traffic at the last bell of the day and going and hanging out over at JFK, because that's where their car and their tick is. So that's why it's still up there. But maybe if I just put out the offer and just said, look, I won't be able to bail you out of jail if you're arrested, but I don't think any cops would arrest you for it, because I'm pretty sure they hate it too, is just, you and your buddies and, I don't know, some good DeWalt tools from over at Home Depot, go and get rid of the fence and show me a picture when you're all done, and here it is. I'd give $1,000 bar tab someplace, right? We'll go, I don't know, Abandoned Ship, Porky's, Club USA, and pay you in dollar bills. Just, here you go. Just get it done. Here's the money. I don't want to hear from you ever again. I swear to God, there's a part of me that's seriously arguing with myself, wondering why I haven't done that yet. Why haven't I done that yet? It'd be easy to raise the money for it, and I know some of the people over at USA, and they'd love to have you in there. Where was I? 9:55. Do I have time for this? Really? The honorable other Governor Leon Guerrero, Ken Leon Guerrero, with a few last words for the program.
Yeah, I just left an appointment in Tamuning across the street from your office.
Yes.
I came up here taking the Tejan overpass by the airport.
Yes.
And there, how we have all these Korean tourists who prefer to walk to their abodes instead of taking a taxi or a bus.
Yes, because they're hardier people than we will ever be.
Absolutely.
That's a sturdy race.
Now I see why they're so lean, because there's a pack of about 20 stray dogs right here at the Y, where you turn to go to the airport, or you stay to the right to go up to Tejan.
No, exactly that. Yep.
There's a pack of 20 stray dogs there. So we either are going to have a future news story that we're all going to be concerned about. Oh, this is going to reflect bad on our tourism, like the Tumon street wrestlers.
Right.
But it's more important to send 100 people to test FestPac than to take care of this pack of wild dogs right here on one of the main tourist pedestrian walkways.
Even though we didn't want it to be a pedestrian walkway, it is, and it's incomplete, and it's shoddy, and it's poorly lit, and when it rains, there's no place for these guys to run in and shelter themselves because it wasn't designed that way. But people are using it that way now, and so the government at some point has to leap into action and resolve that problem before somebody gets killed.
Yeah. I mean, we see it up there. And when I was up with Pam Duvall, she was showing me the bus stops. I was walking around with my camera gear, and there was a pack of dogs following me. Because there might have been food in my camera bag. I can just imagine if a kid carrying a lunch walks past that pack of dogs, they could be in serious trouble.
I played a video a few months ago, and I played it with the veterinarian Tom Poole on the line of what looked like boony dogs here on Guam taking down and actually chewing chunks of meat off a still living deer. And it is a matter of time before these packs of wild dogs get brave enough. Just like some of the Saki Malanya that we've got around here, they're going to get brave enough, and they're going to take down a kid. They're going to take down a Manumco, and then, oh my God, then I can see all hell breaking loose, and all of the politicians getting breathless about really finally doing something about the stray dog population. But it is going to take somebody, and it will take, and with the state of technology in 2020, it'll be on video, it'll be viral. Somebody will see it. A kid is going to get mauled by a dog. An old lady's going to get mauled by a dog, and then something is going to be done about it. But hey, I got to go. I'll talk to you later. I wanted to finish the riff on Vince Borja.
Okay.
I want to give him a little bit more advice, and the advice, I don't know. There's there got to be. He's saying hello, Ray. You got to have something in between Vince and Borja. There has to be something in there, either another family name, Familian, whatever. I would be Familian, Buladogan or something like that. Dunkalu Dagatmo. But whatever it happens to be, there's a Vince something Borja needs to go in the middle of that, and it's Saturday night, right? There's supposed to be a get together on Saturday night. Now I've got plans for Saturday night. There's a very good chance that I would break them for your fundraiser. So tomorrow at some point, definitely between here and Friday, because I'm going to want to get with you. And I swear to God, if you're going to be one of those guys that goes in the legislature and preserves the status quo, I won't vote for you. But if you want to get in there and talk about breaking the government from the inside and fixing it, then yeah, definitely. I'll give you one night over at the venue, and then we'll talk about things after that. 9:59. Don't forget, something in the middle. What's a good tomorrow word that's not already being overused by some of these guys? And no hyphens in parentheses, all right? Can we not do that? Appreciate it. Thanks, Vince. Glad you're there, aren't you? It's 10 o'clock in the morning for Michael Knight, or Duke Sky Talker, or both, and Montecillo Tyrant. This is Ray Gibson saying thanks so much for tuning in this morning. Hope you had a good time. You realize if you had half as much fun listening to the show as I had bringing it to you, you know what that means? I had twice as much fun as you. Let's do this again tomorrow. The radio station, 93.3 KUSG. Hugutnya. This is The Point.
This is a Fox News alert. Wrangling over rules. I'm Lisa Lacera. The Senate continues to debate the parameters of the impeachment trial of President Trump. Fox's Jared Halpern live on Capitol Hill.
A request by Senate Democrats to subpoena records and documents from the White House and State Department have been rejected along party line votes.
You're going to have 16 hours. That's a long time to ask questions. Wouldn't you like to be able to ask about the documents in that 16 hours?
The lead impeachment manager, Democrat Adam Schiff, is arguing in favor of a subpoena request. Jay Sekulow, a member of President Trump's legal team, argues the president and top advisors enjoy privilege.
Courts have recognized a great public interest in preserving the confidentiality of conversations that take place in the president's performance of his official duties.
Additional debates on a resolution laying out trial parameters are expected to continue late into the evening. Lisa.
Jared, the president in Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum, earlier tweeting, read the transcript. He's meeting on the sidelines with the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
We've had a great relationship, and from the standpoint of our two countries, we're getting along very well. I would say we've never been closer with Pakistan than we are right now. And that's a big statement, although I wouldn't say at all times we were close as a country. But we are very close right now. because of the relationship that we have.
On trade with Europe, the president said he's not ruling out additional tariffs on auto imports from Europe. The Pentagon has given the Navy and other branches of the military conditional approval to resume training of Saudi Arabian nationals in the U.S. Operational training for the approximately 850 Saudis at various U.S. bases was suspended December 10th, 4 days after one Saudi trainee opened fire at Naval Air Station Pensacola in Florida, killing 3 sailors. There's been no firm date set for the resumption of training. America is listening to Fox News.
Subscribe and listen to the latest from Fox News podcasts. It's the Impeachment Witch Hunt with Fox News legal analyst Greg Jarrett. A must listen to get the full legal view of the current impeachment. Greg lays out the historical context and what is on the line legally. All the facts, all in one place.
Due process does apply to congressional investigations.
Go to foxnewspodcasts.com to download and subscribe now. America is listening to Fox News.
America is a special place. It's a place where we work for what we want and speak up for what we believe.